Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
You know those creepy rundown amusement parks you see off the interstate and joke about stopping at? We actually stopped at one. And somewhere between the broken bumper cars and the filthy bathrooms, my son started following a man he thought worked there. A man I could never quite catch on camera. I am not a ghost guy. I do not collect Ouija boards. I do not hunt abandoned hospitals. I do not sit up at night looking for faces in static. I am a 40-something dad from Ohio who spends too much time in traffic and buys bulk cereal at Costco. The scariest part of my life is usually my email inbox. But 3 summers ago, on our way down to Florida, I made what I thought was a harmless dad decision. The kind you never think twice about. The kids were restless in the back seat, my wife was done with the car, and this sad little amusement park sign flickered past the passenger window. Faded roller coaster graphic. Big word fun in dying neon. We laughed about it for maybe 2 seconds. Then I took the exit. If you have ever driven through the South in July, you know the heat I am talking about. The kind that makes the asphalt shimmer and the air above the hood look wavy. That is what we pulled into a nearly empty gravel lot. One working light pole, half the rides shut down music, leaking out of old speakers like it was tired of playing. From the outside, it just looked pathetic. On the inside, it turned into the single worst 40 minutes of my life. There were no jump scares, no killers jumping out of the dark. Nothing that would make the news. What happened to us that day fits better in a horror video than a police report, and that is probably why you have never heard of Fun Junction Family Park off exit 189. All I can tell you is this: my 8-year-old son walked away from me in what I thought was a safe, if trashy, little park. He started talking to someone just out of my line of sight, someone who told him he worked there, and that Dad already said it's okay. By the time I realized how wrong that felt, my kid was already halfway into a narrow gap behind a maintenance shed, being pulled by someone I could feel, but not see. I got him back. That is the only reason I am able to sit here tonight in a quiet kitchen, with the fridge humming behind me, typing this out for you to hear. But the man in the gray shirt who tried to take him, I am not completely sure he ever left. 1.1. A normal dad with a not-so-normal story. The cursor on my screen blinks like a heartbeat. Subject line, story, submission. Please keep me anonymous. I have typed that 6 times now, deleted it, and then typed it again. It still looks wrong, sitting there above a blank email to a horror channel I usually listen to while doing dishes. The clock on the wall over my shoulder says it is almost midnight. The light above the sink hums softly. The air in here feels stale, heavier than it should for a weeknight. Behind me, the fridge kicks on with a low, familiar rumble, rattling a few magnets. It runs for a moment, then cuts off again with that hollow clack you only notice when everything else is quiet. A second later, the HVAC unit under the window coughs to life, pushing out a stream of cold air that snakes along the floor and around my ankles before it rises. From somewhere beyond the building, out past the parking lot, and the little strip of grass, I can hear the steady rush of cars on the interstate. A distant, constant roar, like ocean waves made of rubber and concrete. That sound has always been comforting to me. Tonight it makes my stomach tighten. I guess I should start with who I am, since I am asking strangers to sit through something that sounds insane even in my own head. My name does not matter. If you end up reading this on your channel, just call me something like M or the dad from Ohio. That is accurate enough. I am 41. I work an office job in insurance, the kind that makes people's eyes glaze over when you try to explain what you do all day. I drive a gray SUV, I mow my own lawn, I grumble about property taxes and college football like every other middle-aged guy I know. I have been married for 13 years. My wife is a nurse. We have 2 kids, a son who was 8 when this happened, and a daughter who was 5. Those ages are burned into my brain. Now, in a way, birthdays never were. We live in a perfectly normal 3-bedroom house on a perfectly normal street in Columbus, Ohio, with a swing set in the backyard and a Costco membership card in my wallet. I do not see things. I am not sensitive, I am not spiritual, I do not hunt ghosts or chase urban legends on weekends. I am the kind of person who thinks he can fix everything with a YouTube tutorial and a trip to Home Depot. The funny part is, I actually found your channel because I like having scary stories on in the background when I am cleaning the kitchen after everyone goes to bed. I put my phone on the counter, turn the volume down low, and let someone else's nightmares fill the empty space while I scrub pans and wipe down the stove. Other people's horror made mine feel smaller for a while. That stopped working about 3 years ago. I do not know exactly how to put this into the format you are used to, because technically, on paper, nothing happened. There was no body, no bruises, no report you can look up and confirm. Nobody died. Nobody was even officially missing. If you pulled the police logs for that day, you would not find my name in them. What did happen sits in this awful gray space between close call and something else. I can tell you the part that everyone would understand, the part about almost losing my son in a filthy little amusement park off the interstate. That part is simple. Ugly, but simple. It is the other part I cannot get over. The part where years later I still catch sight of the same man in places he should not be. Not always clearly. Not even always long enough to be sure. Just flashes: a gray shirt, a hat the shape of a shoulder turned the wrong way in a crowd. The same damn color every time. I know how that sounds. I can hear it in my own words. It sounds like I am building a story, connecting dots that are not really there. It sounds like the ramblings of somebody who spends too much time on creepy forums and not enough in the real world. But here's the thing, I did not start seeing him after I got scared. When I look back, I realize I saw him before. I noticed him without noticing him. I walked past him in line for coffee. I glanced at him in a parking lot reflection. He was just another tired stranger until he had his hand on my kid. Since that day, I cannot stand in a Target without flinching when the intercom crackles on. You know those announcements, attention shoppers, if you're missing a little boy in a red shirt, please come to guest services. That used to be just background noise. Now anytime I hear a child's name echo over cheap ceiling speakers, my stomach goes cold and my heart jumps like somebody yanked it. My wife says I am too jumpy. My co-workers say I look tired. They are all right. There are nights when I manage to forget for a while. I pack lunches, I help with homework. I drive to baseball practice and cheer from a folding chair by the field like everybody else. Then something small, some sound drags it all back. A PA speaker crackling in a big box store. The mechanical whine of an old ride at the county fair. The way a motel ice machine groans down the hall in the middle of the night. I have thought about telling this story to the police 100 times. I even had the non-emergency number punched into my phone, once thumb hovering over the call button. The problem is, I do not know what to tell them that would not make me sound crazy or worse, waste their time. Hi, officer. I would like to report a man who tried to take my son 3 years ago, except I cannot prove he exists. The place where it happened is closed, and I deleted the only clear photo I ever had of him because it scared me too much. That is not a report. That is a confession. And that is what this feels like, not a complaint, not a warning, but a confession. I am not sending this to law enforcement. I am sending it to you because it feels less like a crime and more like one of the stories you tell, the ones where nothing technically happens, and yet somehow the person who lived it never quite comes back from it. I want to say this clearly before I go any further. I know how easily this could have gone another way. If I had been 30 seconds slower, if my shoe had slipped on the gravel, if I had decided not to pull off the highway at all. There is a version of my life where my son's name is the one on those store announcements, the one in the headlines, the one whispered in church hallways. That did not happen. He is asleep right now, safe, breathing. His door is shut, his nightlight is on, and if I walked down the hall this second, I would hear him snoring softly the way he does when his allergies are bad. I know that. I repeat that to myself over and over. It does not change the fact that I still feel like something got its hand on him for a moment, and that I pried those fingers off without seeing the face they belonged to. I keep seeing that hand. I keep seeing that shirt. I keep seeing him. And if I am being completely honest with you and with myself, part of me is also sending this because I want to know if anyone else out there has met a man like that in a parking lot or a carnival or a dying little amusement park where the rides squeal and the staff look the other way. That is why the subject line says anonymous. Not because I am ashamed, although maybe I am, but because I am not sure I am ready to see my own name attached to this. It feels safer as a story. Stories end. Real things do not. You have probably noticed by now that I have not named the park yet or said exactly where I am. In your videos, this is where you would say something like, "To understand what really happened to my family that summer, we have to go back to the day we passed exit 189. We will get there. But before I rewind, there is one more thing I should admit. The part that makes writing this even harder. When I say I am sitting alone in a kitchen in Columbus, Ohio, that is only half true. The room I am in does have a fridge. It does make that hollow clack when the compressor shuts off. There is a small round table and a chair that wobbles if I lean back too far. There is a sink with a stack of cups in it and a clock ticking somewhere above my head. The air conditioner does cycle on and off with a rattle that you feel more than hear. But if I look up from this screen, I do not see my kids' drawings on the fridge or the doorway to our hallway. I see a microwave bolted to a fake wood cabinet. I see a generic framed print of a lighthouse screwed into beige wallpaper. I see a peephole in a brown door with a metal latch. Beyond that door, down a strip of stained carpet, is an ice machine that coughs every 20 minutes. And at the edge of the parking lot, just visible through the thin curtains, the red taillights of trucks sliding past on the interstate. 3 years later, on another road trip, in another cheap motel off another exit, I still cannot sleep. So I am here under buzzing fluorescent lights, writing to you about the summer I pulled into a small-town amusement park to let the kids stretch their legs, and instead met someone I have been trying and failing not to see ever since. 1.2. The road trip that started it all. If you have ever loaded a car for a long drive with kids, you know the particular kind of chaos that morning brings. Ours was in July of 2021. The sun was already up when I stepped out onto the driveway in Columbus, with an armful of bags, the air thick and humid in that Midwest way that makes your shirt stick to your back 5 minutes after you put it on. The SUV sat there like a patient animal trunk, open back seats folded down as far as they could go under the weight of everything my wife thought we might possibly need for a week in Florida. Beach toys, extra towels, a cooler with sandwiches for the road, a plastic bin full of charging cables and headphones, a grocery bag that somehow contained nothing but sunscreen and bug spray. The kids' suitcases, their favorite pillows, a stuffed dog my daughter refused to leave behind. I played Tetris with all of it, while sweat ran down my spine trying to leave a space where they could still swing their legs without kicking the cooler every 5 seconds. Inside, my wife was doing the final walk-through lights, off doors, locked thermostat set, coffee mug topped up. When she came out, sunglasses already on her head, she let out that sigh every parent lets out before a long drive. It is not quite dread, not quite excitement, something in between. Daytona or bust, she said, trying to sound more cheerful than she looked. The kids barreled out behind her, trailing crumbs and arguments from breakfast. Ben had his tablet clutched in both hands and headphones around his neck. Emma carried a pink backpack that jingled with every step. I still do not know what all was in there. They climbed in, argued over who got which side of the back seat, argued over which show to download for the drive, argued about nothing at all until my wife snapped and told them to pick a seat and shut the doors. The GPS chirped to life when I turned the key. The little blue route line stretched down from Columbus past Cincinnati and Lexington through Tennessee and Georgia, spitting us out on the Atlantic coast. Estimated time 14 hours and change. We had split it on the calendar halfway down hotel, then the rest the next day. At the time, it felt manageable. A long push, but doable. We pulled out of our neighborhood and onto the freeway, the familiar green signs flicking past I-70, I-71, I-270. Columbus shrank in the rearview mirror, brick apartment buildings giving way to strip malls, then to open fields and the occasional cluster of houses. The kids settled into an uneasy truce in the back seat, each with one earbud in one ear, free to complain. The first couple of hours were easy. Morning light on the cornfields, the sky that washed out blue that promises a hot day. We stopped at a Pilot outside Cincinnati around mid-morning. You have been in one Pilot, you have been in all of them. The parking lot was a patchwork of 18-wheelers, pickup trucks, and family cars with out-of-state plates. The air smelled like hot asphalt and diesel. Inside, the cool blast of conditioned air hit my face, along with the bitter scent of coffee that had been sitting in glass pots for way too long. The kids made a beeline for the snack aisle, shoes squeaking faintly on the tile. The freezer cases hummed steadily, vibrating the glass doors with pictures of ice cream bars and frozen burritos. Ben and Emma started the eternal sibling war over chips. He wanted something spicy, she wanted something shaped like cartoon characters. My wife leaned on a shelf, scrolling through Instagram, with one thumb absently rubbing the small of her back with her other hand. "My spine already hates you," she murmured when I came up behind her with a bottle of water and a coffee that tasted like burnt rubber and sugar. "You're the one who wanted the ocean," I said. "I voted for a staycation. We bought too many snacks, like always, sugar and salt in crinkly bags to be regretted in about 3 hours." Back in the car, the kids arranged their loot like dragons guarding treasure. The GPS resumed its calm instructions as we slid back onto the interstate. The scenery changed slowly as we headed south. Billboards started popping up advertising fireworks warehouses and world's largest knife store, along with the usual fast food chains and personal injury lawyers with 2 white teeth. Little churches sat just off the exits, their marquee signs offering Bible verses and slightly passive-aggressive slogans about sin and Sunday attendance. Mobile homes dotted the sides of the road in small clusters, some with flowers carefully planted out front, some with rusted cars sitting half-buried in tall grass. There is a rhythm to highway driving that can lull you into forgetting where you are. The thrum of the tires, the whine of the wind against the mirrors, the steady whoosh of air from the AC vents. The kids' chatter would swell, then drop off into the soft click of tablet games and the occasional slapped hand when someone crossed an invisible line down the middle of the back seat. My wife dozed against the door for a while, seatbelt across her chest, phone face down in her lap. I have a lot of memories like that from when I was a kid. My father was a truck mechanic by trade, and every few summers he would pile me into whatever beat-up sedan we had at the time and go see something a few states away. We would drive for hours, stopping at roadside diners with sticky tables and hand-lettered menus. He would always pick the booth with a view of the parking lot, and he would always sit facing the door. Back then, highways felt like magic to me, a ribbon you could get on and just keep following until the world changed around you. They felt safe too, in a way I did not have the vocabulary for. There were rules, signs, mile markers. You stayed in your lane, you did not stop for strangers, you got where you were going. Of course, I had heard stories over the years that didn't fit that picture. News segments about kids taken from gas stations or rest stops, missing posters stapled to telephone poles at the edge of parking lots, photos gone soft from rain. Once, when I was maybe 12, my dad and I pulled into a rest area in Kentucky, and there were state trooper cars everywhere, lights spinning slowly. He took one look, backed the car out, and said we would stop at the next one. On the radio later, we heard about a custody dispute gone wrong at that exact spot. Even then, it felt like something happening to other people, to unlucky people, to people who made worse choices than we did. We crossed into Tennessee as the afternoon wore on. The hills rose and fell around us, trees thick on either side of the road, the sky slicing through in bright strips. The GPS adjusted our arrival time every so often in small increments, like it was keeping score. We pulled off for the night somewhere south of Knoxville at a Hampton Inn that looked exactly like every other Hampton Inn I have ever seen. Beige exterior, too bright lobby, the faint smell of chlorine from a pool I knew we would not have time to use. The kids bounced on the queen beds, arguing over which one belonged to whom. We ordered pizza to the room, watched a movie that nobody really cared about, and took turns in the shower. If there was anything strange about that night, I do not remember it. We slept. We woke up. We repacked the car. The second morning on the road is always worse. The novelty is gone. Everyone is a little more sore, a little less patient. We made it back to the highway just after sunrise, the sky still pink at the edges. The kids lasted maybe 20 minutes before the bickering started again. He is breathing too loud. She is touching my side. His tablet is on my foot. By the time we hit Georgia, my wife's patience was paper thin. She twisted in her seat to glare at them, her ponytail swinging. "If I hear one more word about screens, I am throwing them all out the window," she snapped. "Look outside. Count red cars. I do not care. Just stop." I turned the radio down to a low murmur of country songs, just enough to fill the gaps between complaints. The AC fan hissed steadily, pushing cool air into my face. The tires sang their endless note against the interstate. By early afternoon, the light had gone harsh and flat. The world outside the windshield was a smear of concrete and sky, and the occasional flash of color from signs. My back ached in that dull way that comes from sitting too long. My eyes felt dry and itchy. The kids had settled into a moody silence, sunk deep into their seats, feet kicking rhythmically at the backs of ours. We were making good time. The little blue line on the GPS was more than halfway down now. I remember glancing at the estimated arrival, doing lazy math in my head, thinking we might even have time to swing by the beach before check-in if traffic stayed light. Sometime after 2, we pulled off at a smaller exit to get gas. Not a big bright truck stop this time, just a squat aging station with 4 pumps and a low brick building attached. The sign out front had letters missing. The logo might have been a Shell or a Marathon once, but the colors were faded into something generic. Two pickup trucks were parked at the side of the building, both with local plates. A dog lay in the shadow of one, panting. My wife took the kids inside to use the bathroom and pick out drinks. I started the pump, feeling the heat come up off the concrete in waves. The air smelled like gasoline and hot rubber, heavy and almost sweet. When the tank was full, I made my way inside to use the restroom myself. The door chimed weakly as I pushed it open, the bell overhead, jangling on a frayed string. Inside, the air was cooler but stale, carrying that mixture of coffee cleaning fluid and something fried long ago. The bathroom was down a short hallway past a rack of lottery tickets and a display of impulse buy junk cell phone chargers, cheap sunglasses, lighters. I did what I needed to do, washed my hands under a faucet that squealed when I turned it, and came back out into the main area. My wife and the kids were up near the front, lined up by the counter. Ben was bouncing on his toes, clutching a bottle of neon-colored sports drink. Emma had a small bag of candy pressed to her chest. They were framed by the big front windows, the afternoon light flaring around their silhouettes, so they looked almost cut out. Between them and me, near the coffee station, a man was standing with his arms loosely crossed. He wore a gray t-shirt. Not exactly the same shade as the one in my memory now, but close. A ball cap pulled low, the brim shadowing his face. Jeans that sagged a little at the knees. He was not blocking anything, not doing anything, just standing there. He was angled slightly toward the window, and at first I thought he was looking at the pumps, maybe waiting on someone out there. But as I walked past him, trailing the smell of the restroom and the cool of the hallway, I caught the way his head was tilted, the way his shoulders were set. He was not watching the pumps. He was watching the kids through the glass. Just for a second, our paths intersected. I was close enough to see the stubble along his jaw, the way his fingers tapped once against his upper arm, like he was keeping time to some private rhythm. Close enough to smell stale cigarette smoke clinging to him under the scent of burnt coffee. He did not look at me, not directly. If his eyes flicked my way, I missed it. I stepped around him, put a hand on my son's shoulder out of habit, and joined the little cluster at the counter. The clerk rang us up with dead eyes, made no comment about the man by the coffee. When we walked back out into the heat, I did not look over my shoulder to see if he was still there. Why would I? At the time, he was just another tired stranger at just another nowhere gas station off just another exit. Only later, replaying everything, did that moment start to glow in my memory like a warning flare. I think now that it was probably the same man. Back then, I registered nothing but the gray of his shirt, the shape of his shoulders, and the strange, sour feeling in my gut that I ignored as road trip fatigue. 1.3, the billboard in the heat. By the time we crossed back onto the interstate after that little nowhere gas station, the day had started to tip toward evening. Not sunset yet, the sun was still high enough to glare straight into the windshield if we crested a hill, but the light had shifted. It had that heavy, honey-colored look that makes everything seem farther away and closer at the same time. Shadows stretched long across the lanes. The sky, which had been a flat, unforgiving blue at noon, now leaned toward a deeper, warmer shade that promised a long, slow fall into night. Inside the car, the air had gone stale again, despite the AC. The kids had burned through most of their snacks and at least half of their patience. Whatever shaky peace they'd managed after the last stop had dissolved into a weird, restless energy, too tired to fight, too wired to sleep. Ben had taken one earbud out and was humming tunelessly along with some song only he could hear. Emma, who had long since given up on her cartoons, was making up a little nonsense song about every truck we passed. My wife had the seat reclined a notch and was cycling through radio stations trying to find something that wasn't static commercials or country music that sounded exactly like the last 10 songs. Everything out here is sponsored by beer or Jesus," she muttered, clicking past yet another ad about a church barbecue followed by a commercial for cheap lager. I smiled more out of habit than amusement, eyes fixed on the road ahead. I had the cruise control set a few miles over the limit, the car gliding along in the right-hand lane, occasionally passing a semi that had dropped a little too far below the posted speed. The white dashed lines flicked by in a steady, hypnotic rhythm. The vibration through the steering wheel was low and constant. Somewhere deep in the dash, the AC fan whined softly. I could feel sleep pressing at the back of my skull, like a hand gently but insistently pushing forward. The kind of tired that isn't dramatic, just sneaky. My eyes would go slightly out of focus, then snap back when a green highway sign appeared, screaming numbers and arrows. Billboards started stacking up more closely as we moved along first. Just the occasional one, a sad burger promising real beef, real cheap, an injury lawyer with "We fight for you" under his smiling face, a firework warehouse boasting the biggest booms in the South in cracked red letters. The kids pointed out the loudest ones, of course. Emma squealed at a billboard with a cartoon mermaid advertising a roadside aquarium. Ben snorted at a sign for a dinosaur park that looked like it had been printed in 1993 and never updated. It was just white noise and scenery, bits of someone else's life flashing by at 70 miles an hour. Then we saw it. The billboard rose up on our right, a little farther back from the highway than the others, propped on two wooden posts that had gone gray from sun and rain. The paint was peeling at the edges. The colors looked like they'd lived a few years too long out in the open. But the picture was still clear enough. A roller coaster mid-curve frozen at the top of a drop. A sunburst behind it, beams of yellow and orange reaching across the sky. Balloons in primary colors. Silhouettes of kids with their arms up, mouths open in what you were supposed to read as laughter and not screaming. Across all of it, in big, friendly letters that used to be bright red and were now some tired in-between shade, it said, "Fun Junction Family Park. Exit 189. In the bottom corner, in smaller print, a smiling cartoon son wore sunglasses and winked. Ben sat bolt upright in his seat, like someone had jabbed him with a live wire. "Amusement Park," he shouted, smashing his face to the window. Emma followed his gaze and let out a high, delighted squeal that made the speakers in the doors buzz. "Park, park. Can we go, please, can we go?" The car instantly filled with the kind of noise only kids can make when they sense something fun that isn't another hour trapped in a seat. Feet drumming, hands clapping, voices overlapping. My wife closed her eyes for a second, pinched the bridge of her nose, then turned down the radio completely. "No," she said automatically, the way you say no to ice cream for breakfast. "We need to get to the hotel. We're already going to be late." "We're not that late," Ben protested. "We're almost there. We can go for just a little bit, right, Dad?" "Please, please," Emma echoed him, her little voice breaking the word into pieces. "Please, please, please." I could feel their eyes on the back of my head the way kids do, like they're trying to steer you with pure willpower. I checked the dashboard clock. I checked the GPS. The estimated arrival time into Daytona flickered by a little after 7 if we kept this pace. The rental check-in wasn't strict. We didn't have anywhere we had to be that night. My shoulders ached from driving. My legs were stiff. "They've been in the car all day," that quiet, reasonable voice in my head said. "They need to stretch their legs. Let them run around. It'll make the second half easier." "We don't know anything about that place," my wife said, softer now, but still firm. "It looks old." I glanced at her. She was looking out the side window at the billboard as it slipped behind us, lips pressed into a thin line. In the rearview mirror, I could see the kids starting to slump, disappointment already forming. "It's just 1 hour," I heard myself say. "We're ahead of schedule anyway." We stop, let them ride a couple things, grab something to eat. They'll crash in the back seat and we'll have a quiet drive into town. See, Ben pounced on that. Dad said just 1 hour. My wife shot me a look that could have frozen the AC mid-blast. "Of course you did," she said. "You know we'll be the ones paying for it when they don't want to leave. We'll set a timer," I offered. 60 minutes. When it goes off, we go. It sounded so simple, logical even. I told myself all the things parents tell themselves to smooth over the little risks they take. It has the word family in the name. There are kids laughing on the sign. Places like that don't stay open if they're dangerous. There'll be other families there. Staff, security, rules. The idea that anything genuinely bad could happen at a place with balloons and cartoon suns painted on the billboard felt distant, ridiculous even. In my defense, from the highway you could not see the park itself, just the sign and a sliver of tree line. The rest was imagination doing its job, filling in rides and games and overpriced cotton candy where there was, in reality, something else. The exit 189 sign appeared ahead, big and green, an arrow pointing down the ramp. I flicked on the turn signal. The sound in the car changed immediately. The constant drone of the highway dropped away as we slid into the right lane. The rumble strip buzzed under the tires as I drifted over just enough to catch it, and the kids whooped like we were already on a ride. My wife exhaled a long, resigned breath. 1 hour, she said. And if it's sketchy, we turn around. Deal, I said. Because I was thinking of parking lots and squeaky rides and sunburned teenagers in staff shirts, not of empty spaces behind sheds or broken cameras or men whose faces my phone refused to focus on. The off-ramp curved down, and to the right, the concrete cracked in spiderwebs. Grass pushed up through the seams, tall and dry, their tips brushing the underside of the car in faint whispers. Someone had tossed fast food bags and plastic bottles out of their windows. They lay caught in the weeds, logos bleached pale by sun and rain. At the bottom of the ramp, the light changed. We left the long, open view of the interstate and dropped into a smaller world. The sun sank lower behind a line of trees, throwing long bars of shadow across the narrow 2-lane road we'd joined. The air seemed thicker here, stiller, as if the wind itself didn't bother cutting this far off the main flow. On the right, we passed what used to be a restaurant. The sign out front was empty, its plastic panels gone, leaving only a frame. The windows were papered over from the inside with old newspaper, the ink run, and blurred. A crooked handwritten note taped to the glass said "for lease" in marker that had bled until the letters looked bruised. The parking lot around it was mostly empty. Weeds had broken through the asphalt in jagged lines. A lone streetlight stood near the entrance. Its metal pole rust-streaked the fixture at the top, cocked at an odd angle like it had been hit once and never fully repaired. "Great," my wife murmured. "This looks promising." Ahead, the road bent slightly, and that was when we saw the park. If the billboard out on the highway had been a glossy, faded promise, the reality of Fun Junction Family Park was that promise after a few too many summers without enough money. A sagging wooden arch stretched over a chain-link fence, the words "Fun Junction" spelled out in big letters that were missing chunks of paint. Some of the bulbs outlining the letters were burned out. The ones that still worked flicked unevenly. Beyond the fence, I could see the skeletal back of a small roller coaster, its tracks a dull orange-brown against the sky. The sun hit everything at a slant, now painting the rides and booths and pavement in a washed-out orange. It looked like someone had dusted the whole scene with the same layer of old light. No music reached us yet. No screams of joy. just the faint squeak of something metal turning lazily in the heat. The gravel lot in front of the park had plenty of space. Only a handful of cars were scattered near the entrance, an old minivan with one mismatched door, a compact car with a sun-faded bumper sticker, a pickup with a cooler in the bed. The rest was bare, the stones shining like tiny bones in the late-day sun. Something in my chest shifted. Not a full alarm, just a small off-key note. It was the way the shadows pooled under the rides, maybe, or the way the wind seemed to die as we rolled toward the entrance. The air felt thicker as I eased the car into a spot near the middle of the lot. The kids were already unbuckling, pressed up against their windows like dogs smelling the outside world. I killed the engine. The sudden quiet inside the car made my ears ring. Outside the world was a flat hum of bugs and distant traffic, and the occasional metallic clank from somewhere within the park. Remember, my wife said, turning around in her seat to fix the kids with a stare. 1 hour. You stay where we can see you. You do not go anywhere with anyone who is not us. Got it. They nodded, eager, only half listening. I opened my door and the heat hit me full in the face, dry and close. The smell of hot gravel, old oil, something fried long ago and clinging to the air. I stretched my back, feeling joints pop, and tried to shake off the unease crawling along the back of my neck. We were just going to let the kids run around for a bit, I told myself. It was a nothing decision on a long, hot day. No reason at all to feel like we had just stepped out of the bright, safe river of the highway into a stagnant pool where things sank and stayed. Here in the motel, my fingers pause over the keys. Out in the hallway, something thumps light quick. A patter of footsteps too small and fast to belong to an adult. I hear the muffled giggle of a child, then another set of steps heavier following at an easy pace. Slow down, buddy. A man's voice says, soft and amused, right outside my door. The tone of it is so familiar that my body reacts before my brain can. I am out of the chair in an instant, heart in my throat, the chair legs scraping hard against the cheap carpet. For a second, I am back behind that shed gravel under my knees, someone's hand on my son's arm. I cross the 2 steps to the door and yank it open. The hallway is empty. Just a long strip of patterned carpet, the walls closing in, slightly doors on either side. At the far end, the red exit sign glows steadily. The only sound is the low mechanical hum of the ice machine cycling through whatever it does, and the faint buzz of a vending machine light. No kids, no man, nothing. My own breath is loud in the silence. I stand there with my hand on the door jamb, listening for another footstep, another laugh, another word. Nothing comes. After a moment, I close the door, feeling the latch click softly into place, and sit back down in the chair. The cursor on the screen blinks, patient. I rub my hands on my jeans, swallow, and go back to the part where the billboard looked like a joke, and the park felt like a favor to my kids, instead of a line I should never have crossed. 2.1. The saddest amusement park in the South, the road to Fun Junction peeled away from the exit like an afterthought. We left the main drag, and the wide, well-marked lanes shrank down to a narrow strip of cracked asphalt, the kind you see on back roads that only locals use. The painted lines down the middle were faded to the point of suggestion. In some stretches, they were just ghosts, faint, paler streaks, where the sun and rain had worn away everything but habit. On either side, the world flattened out into fields of grass that looked more dead than alive. Summer had burned them into a patchwork of dull yellow and brown, with here and there a stubborn green patch where something held on. A couple of mobile homes sat back from the road, tin roofs dull under the lowering sun, plastic toys sun-bleached in their yards. One had a pickup up on blocks out front, hood open like a mouth. We passed a small white church with a steeple that leaned just slightly. The sign out front was the kind with removable black letters, but half of them were gone. It read Jesus SES in jagged rows, the missing letters leaving gaps like missing teeth. Someone had taped a flyer to the bottom of the sign, and the edges fluttered weakly in the light breeze from passing cars. Ahead, the road dipped into a shallow valley. The interstate sounds faded behind us, swallowed by the weight of trees and distance. What replaced it were smaller noises, the soft hiss of our tires on the rough asphalt, the faint rattle of something loose in the glove compartment, the constant under-breath drone of the AC working overtime. "Where is it?" Emma asked from the back seat, stretching her neck to see around the front seats. "It's coming," I said. "You saw the sign. We're almost there." My wife didn't say anything. She was sitting straighter now, not slouched toward sleep, her eyes scanning the roadside with a look I recognized from when she walked into a patient's room and didn't like what she smelled. We rounded a bend, and there it was. If you have ever driven past a big-name amusement park, you know the feeling of spectacle they throw at you, huge signs, towering rides, parking lots packed with cars. This was not that. Fun Junction sat low and tired against the edge of a thin tree line, as if it were trying to sink back into the ground and disappear. A wide gravel lot opened up first stones washed pale by countless summers. It could easily have held a couple hundred cars, maybe more, but at that moment, there were only a handful scattered like they had been dropped by accident. Two older sedans, a minivan with one sliding door a different color from the rest, a sun-faded SUV and a pickup truck whose bed was half full of empty soda cans. Beyond the lot stretched a chain-link fence that had seen better days. In places, the bottom edges curled up where the earth had shifted, leaving gaps big enough for a determined kid to roll under. Above the main gate, a wooden arch tried to pretend it was something grander. The boards were fake barnwood cut into a curve and bolted together, the park's name spelled out in big block letters. Fun Junction. The letters themselves were painted red once, but the paint had chipped and peeled so much that some of them were more gray than anything. A string of small red neon tubing traced around each letter. A few segments glowed dimly. Others flickered on and off like they were breathing shallowly. Some were just dead glass reflecting the orange light of the late afternoon back at us in dull streaks. The posts holding the arch up were metal under the wood cladding. Rust streaks bled down from the bolts like dried tears. Somewhere inside the park, speakers were playing country music. Not loud, not the pumped-up kind you'd hear at a county fair, but thin and far away, leaking out over the fence in little scraps. A man's voice singing about losing trucks and women and money in a weary drawl. Underneath that, almost louder, was the steady, high-pitched song of insect cicadas or something close to them, buzzing in the trees like electricity. "You have got to be kidding me," my wife said quietly. The kids did not seem to notice any of it. To them, there were rides. That was enough. Through the fence, they could see the top of a Ferris wheel made for children, its small cars painted in pastel colors that had started to chalk and flake. Some of the cars hung a little off-level. As we watched, the wheel made a half-hearted rotation, squealing softly empty seats, going up and over like it was on autopilot. The entrance gate was a simple break in the fence, framed by two metal posts. A small faded sign hung crookedly there, admission inside. A cracked asphalt path ran from the gravel lot to a squat ticket booth just inside the fence. I pulled into a space in the middle of the lot. Gravel crunched under the tires, popping as it shifted. When I turned off the engine, the sudden change in sound made the kids' voices seem too loud. "Look at the roller coaster." Ben pressed his forehead to the glass, pointing at the small wooden structure in the distance. It was more like a glorified kiddie coaster, one hill, a couple of mild curves. But his voice carried the awe of someone seeing 6 flags. The balloons, Emma said, pointing at nothing in particular. There were no balloons, not really. Just a sun-faded banner near the gate with remnants of colorful circles on it. Her brain was filling in the gaps that the billboard had promised. "Remember," my wife said, unbuckling slowly. "We stick together." "No wandering, got it," I said, even as my eyes drifted toward the entrance, cataloging the wasp nests under the eaves of the booth the way the chain link sagged. We climbed out. The heat hit immediately thicker here than up on the highway. The smell was different too. Not just hot gravel and exhaust, but layers of carnival air, old popcorn, spilled soda fermented into syrup on concrete oil from machinery. And underneath it, all the faint, sour tang of sweat. We walked toward the ticket booth. It was a little rectangle of aging yellow paint, with a plexiglass window on the front and a shelf sprayed with what might once have been chrome. Tickets was hand-lettered above the window. The letters, uneven like someone who didn't usually do signs, had been drafted to finish this one. Behind the plexiglass sat a young woman who could not have been more than 19. Her Fun Junction t-shirt had turned more gray than white from too many washes. Her hair was pulled into a messy bun, dark roots visible under a half-grown-out blonde dye job. She was glued to her phone, thumbs scrolling. A cheap plastic box fan sat in the corner behind her blades, whirring with a tired, off-kilter tick-tick-tick every time it completed a revolution. When she noticed us, she startled, shoved the phone into her lap, and tried to arrange her face into something like customer service. "Hey," she said through the little round hole cut into the plexiglass. Her voice had the flat vowels of someone local. "Y'all here for wristbands or just tickets?" I glanced at the price list taped to the inside of the window. The paper was yellowed, the ink smudged. The numbers were lower than I expected for any park with rides, but the whole place radiated bare minimum. "Wristbands," I said. 2 adults, 2 kids. "Cash only," she said quickly, as though she'd been burned too many times by people already handed over their cards. I pulled my wallet out, peeling bills from the folded stack. Her fingers brushed mine briefly as she took them through the slot, cold, a little damp. She turned to grab wristbands from a roll hanging behind her, tearing off 4 of them with a little snap, snap, snap. The bracelets were cheap plastic, the kind that cut into your skin if you wore them too tight. The park's logo was printed on them, 2 cartoon kids on a roller coaster, but the ink had run from sweat and sun until their faces were blurred together. As she passed them out, my eyes wandered. Up in the corners of the booth where you might expect to see security cameras in a bigger operation, there were only cobwebs and dust. No convex mirrors, no dome cameras, nothing professional. Just the faint outline of where something used to be mounted and had been removed, the screws still in the wall. That shouldn't have mattered as much as it did. At the time, it was just a small, unsettling detail that my brain filed in the "this place is kind of sketchy" column. I slid the wristbands onto my own wrist and my wife's, then helped the kids with theirs, tightening them until they sat snugly, but not enough to pinch. As I was fastening Ben's, the girl behind the glass leaned forward slightly. "First time here?" she asked, eyes flicking between my face and the kids. "Yeah," I said, smiling in that automatic way you do when you're trying to make something feel less awkward. We saw the sign off the highway. Figured we'd let them stretch their legs for an hour. She chewed on the inside of her cheek, hesitating for a second, like she was about to say something else, then seemed to change her mind. "Just keep an eye on them near the back," she said, voice dropping a little. "Some people don't like to leave." "That sounds ominous," my wife joked weakly. The girl huffed something that might have been a laugh. "Kids," she said, shrugging. "They get stubborn. You say time to go, they want one more ride, one more game. You know." I nodded because I did know that story. Every parent does. "Yeah," I said. "We'll keep them close." At the time, that was all I heard in her words, a warning about tantrums and sticky hands clinging to railings, a little piece of local advice. Only later replaying it did the phrasing snag in my mind in a different way. Some people don't like to leave. Not kids, not guests. Some people. We walked past the booth and through the gate into Fun Junction proper. The first thing that hit me was the state of the ground. The concrete was stained in overlapping layers, spilled drinks, dropped food, old chewing gum pressed into black scars. Here and there, torn fronds of cotton candy clung to the surface like pink spider webs, long since dried and hardened. On one wall, a poster for Summer Bash 2017 peeled at the corners, cartoon fireworks bursting over a crowd of generic smiling shapes. The date had passed 4 years ago. No one had bothered to take it down. In the shadow of a closed-up game stall, a cluster of balloons sagged, half deflated, their strings tangled. The colors were faded to a sad pastel that matched the peeling paint of the railings. To our left, the small Ferris wheel let out a mournful creak as it rotated the metal, grinding a little on every pass. To our right, a carousel turned in slow, jerky movements. The music that trickled out of the old speakers was warped, and warbling notes bending in ways that made familiar circus tunes sound slightly wrong, like they'd been left in the sun too long and melted. The staff were scattered like set dressing. A teenage boy in an oversized staff shirt leaned against the fence at the bumper cars, eyes glued to his phone thumb, flicking up a feed. A woman in her 60s sat behind a prize counter, her skin tanned into leather, a cigarette smoldering in an ashtray under a no-smoking sign. Near the midway, a man in a gray t-shirt and a cap walked slowly between stalls. Hands in his pockets, head turned down. I saw him only in passing, just a shape and a color, my brain slotting him into employee and moving on. I remember the way the air felt thick in my chest, the way every sound seemed either too loud or too distant. The kids, oblivious, were already pointing at rides and games, tugging at my arms, their wristbands flashing in the dying light. "Come on, Dad," Ben said, pulling. "Let's go." I took one last glance back toward the ticket booth. The girl was watching us through the plexiglass chin propped on her hand. When she saw me look, she straightened, gave a small, awkward wave, then turned her attention back to her phone. I told myself that the unease sitting in my gut was just about rusty rides and sloppy management. That as long as we stayed together, an hour in the saddest amusement park in the South would be nothing more than an odd story to tell later. I was not wrong about the odd story part. I was only wrong about what exactly we'd be talking about. 2.2. The heat, the lights, and the blind spots. If the parking lot and the entrance had made me uneasy, the Midway did its best to turn that unease into something you could smell and taste. We stepped out from under the shadow of the entrance arch and onto a strip of cracked concrete that someone years ago had tried to dress up as Main Street. Faded colored tiles were embedded here and there, forming broken patterns under a film of grime. On either side, game stalls and food stands lined the path like tired soldiers, their bright paint schemes long since surrendered to sun and neglect. To our left, a ring toss booth leaned slightly forward, the wooden counter bowing under the weight of time. Dozens of glass bottles were bolted to the surface in a tight grid, their necks chipped and clouded. The rings themselves were stacked in a milk crate near the corner, some warped from heat, their edges nicked. A few limp prizes hung above them, sun-faded stuffed animals whose once white fur had turned the color of old teeth. Next to that was a basketball shooting gallery with rims that were clearly not quite circular. If you looked closely, nets hanging in exhausted gray loops. A cardboard cutout of a smiling kid in a jersey pointed at a sign that read, "Win big every time," though nothing about the sagging racks of prizes suggested anyone had recently. On the right side of the path, a water gun game sat idle. The stools were empty, their vinyl cracked bits of stuffing peeking out. The nozzles of the guns drooped on their mounts like wilted flowers. The backdrop, which I guess had once shown rocket ships or race cars, was now a vague smear of blues and reds, the details washed away. Most of the colorful floodlights meant to highlight these stalls in dramatic reds and blues were barely doing their job. A bulb here, a bulb there, casting sad pools of colored light that looked more bruised than festive. Some flickered with a faint strobe, not enough to be obvious, just enough to make your eyes feel tired if you stared too long. The air was a stew of smells. The thick, greasy ghost of fryer oil clung to everything seeping out of the closed snack stands, as if it had soaked into the walls. It mingled with the sickly sweet scent of cotton candy from a machine that still sat on one counter, sticky residue crusted around its rim. From somewhere farther in the park, there was a sharp chemical tang chlorine floating over from a splash pad that wasn't running. The water turned off, but the puddles still evaporating the smell into the heat. Above us, old speakers were bolted onto poles and the corners of roofs. At some point, someone had probably been proud of the sound system. Now the PA crackled to life in a half-hearted burst of static. At fun, Naction guests. A woman's voice warbled, stretched thin by time and bad wiring. Aber, stay, hydrat. Her words dissolved into a squeal of feedback, then into the hum of dead air. A second later, the country music slid back in a different song than the last, all twanging guitars and heartbreak. The transition was not smooth. It sounded like two radios fighting for the same frequency. Every so often, a sharp snap split the air nearby. At first, I thought it was some mechanical part misfiring, but then I saw them bug zappers mounted in the shaded corners, blue tubes buzzing metal grates, crackling whenever some unlucky insect met its end. They hung near trash cans and darker corners, the only things in the park that seemed to be working at full power. There were other sounds if you listened, the scattered shrieks and laughter of a handful of kids somewhere deeper in the park. The low rhythmic clank of a small roller coaster's chain lift dragging cars up its only hill, each tooth of the chain dropping into place with a hollow sound like knuckles rapping on wood. The coaster's train itself let out a rusty cry when it crested and rolled down, more complaint than thrill. Dad, come on, Ben's hand closed around my wrist, small and insistent, anchoring me back to my own family. Look, games are a scam, my wife said automatically, but she was already scanning the line of stalls to see which ones looked least gross. From the corner of my eye, I saw Emma's head turn toward the carousel. It wasn't the grand ornate kind you'd see in a big park, just a small circle of chipped horses and a couple of carriages mounted on a platform that turned in jerky motions. The mirrors on the central column were clouded. The paint on the horses' saddles was cracked, but the lights around the top still glowed, and the warped music still played notes sagging comically off-key. Mom Emma breathed like she'd just seen Cinderella's castle. Horses. My wife smiled despite herself. Okay, she said. You and I can go see the horses. Your dad and your brother can check out the games. She shot me a look over Emma's head, half warning, half trust. I'll keep him with me, I said. We'll meet you at the carousel in 10 minutes. She nodded and took Emma's hand. I watched them walk away for a second, my daughter's little wristband glinting on her arm, the two of them heading toward the rotating circle of tired horses and flickering bulbs. Dad. Ben tugged again, impatience edging into his voice. Come on. Before they close everything. We drifted down the midway, my hand resting on his shoulder like a hook. He pulled toward the ring toss first, then toward the basketball game, eyes wide, sizing up impossible shots with the confidence only an 8-year-old has. Most of the stalls were unattended. The metal shutters were rolled halfway down over a couple of the food booths. One door at the side of a kiosk stood open on its hinges, leading to a cramped interior room where boxes were stacked floor to ceiling. No one was inside, but a half-full soda cup sweated on the counter, making a ring on the wood. The smell of stale cigarettes seeped out. At the far side of one cluster of game stands a gate marked "Staff Only" stood ajar. Beyond it, a concrete pad with a few plastic chairs and a trash can served as some kind of break area. A boy in a staff shirt sat there with his feet up on a chair, a cigarette in one hand, his phone in the other. He glanced up, once met my eye, then looked away, taking a drag. The gate between us might as well not have been there. Farther down, the chain-link fence that encircled the park thinned out. Someone had patched a section with a cheaper mesh zip ties sagging. Behind it, a narrow strip of dirt and scrub trees separated the park from a deeper stretch of woods. It was the kind of place where trash collected plastic bags, crushed cans, a sun-bleached shoe lying on its side. I caught myself noting all this, the way you might automatically log exits in a movie theater. It was a habit I'd picked up without thinking once I became a father. Where are the doors? Who's around that doesn't look like they belong? How easy would it be for someone to slip in or out without being seen? Here the answers were not comforting. Stand right there a sec, I told Ben. Let me get a picture of you. Your mom's going to want proof we actually let you have fun on this trip. He groaned, but a small smile tugged at his mouth. Do I have to? Just one. He sighed like it was the greatest burden in the world and walked a few steps down the midway, turning halfway toward me. Behind him, the park stretched in a crooked line: game stalls, the small Ferris wheel, the carousel, where I could just see the top of Emma's head bobbing past every couple of seconds. I pulled my phone from my pocket and opened the camera. The screen reflected the scene in front of me, only slightly brighter, smoothing out some of the decay. In that small rectangle, the park almost looked charming. Nostalgic, even. Smile, I said. He made a face instead, somewhere between a grin and a grimace, and I snapped the shot. The screen clicked white and then pulled back, showing the frozen moment, my son in the foreground, one hand still raised, as if he'd been about to adjust his shirt. The rides behind him blurred with the motion of their slow turns. Okay, one more, I said, already composing something a little more postcard. Turn around. I want the rides behind you. He rolled his eyes but did as he was told, spinning to face the midway. I stepped back a couple of paces, framing him slightly off-center, making sure to get the Ferris wheel and the carousel in the same shot. The late afternoon light washed everything in a golden haze. In the viewfinder, I could see a couple of other families far down the path, just shapes and colors. I took the picture. Then, because I am like every other dad who has learned to live through his phone, I stood there a moment and flicked through the results, making sure they were not too blurry, deciding which one I might actually keep. At the time, I remember noticing the way the light flared across the lens, creating a little halo effect around Ben's hair. I noticed the way his wristband caught a stray beam and glowed like it was lit from within. I noticed that despite everything, he looked happy. I did not notice anything else. Not then. The thing about memory is that it is not a perfect recording. It is a story you keep telling yourself, adjusting details each time until you are not sure what belonged to the original and what you added later. I know that. I work in insurance. I have listened to enough "this is what happened" speech patterns to recognize the way brains protect people from what they don't want to see. But there are some things I am certain of because I have the proof burned into my mind, even if I don't have it on my phone anymore. One of those things is this: months later, sitting alone with nothing but that same photo and the low buzz of a hotel AC for company, I zoomed in on the space behind my son. Not the Ferris wheel, not the carousel. The space between two kiosks, where the light didn't quite reach and the colored bulbs threw muddy shadows instead of cheer. In that narrow slice of background, just where my eyes had slid past in the moment, there was the suggestion of a figure, a man standing between the stalls, mostly swallowed by shadow. Gray t-shirt, cap pulled low, shoulders angled not toward the rides or the sky, but toward the small shape of my son in the foreground. I swear to you, I did not see him when I pressed the shutter. There was no jolt in my chest, no conscious recognition. Just my kid, the park, the heat. Only later, when I pinched the image wider with my fingers, did that gray shape resolve out of the blur and step quietly into the frame of my memory, like he'd been there all along, waiting for me to finally notice. 2.3. The turn left that should not have happened. If you looked at the photos I did not delete fast enough, you would think the day was almost pretty. The sun had dropped just enough to angle in under the faded awnings, turning all the dust in the air to gold. The sky was that washed-out blue you only get in late afternoon in July. Even Fun Junction, in its half-dead state, caught a little of that glow. We were on the midway again when we hit the bumper cars. You could hear them before you could see them, the hollow clank of metal-on-metal kids, screaming in that high, delighted way that sounds exactly like terror, until you hear the laughter on the end of it. The ride sat off to the right, tucked under a low roof, strings of multicolored bulbs sagging overhead. Half of them were burned out, but the ones that still worked flickered gamely. Ben saw it first. "Bumper cars," he yelled, voice cracking with excitement. He pointed like I might somehow miss the giant sign that said "Bumper Bash" in peeling red letters. I call the blue one. 2 blue cars circled the arena, paint-scuffed rubber bumpers shredded at the edges. It didn't matter to him that they were identical or that they were currently occupied. I checked my watch more out of reflex than necessity. "We'll do that and one more ride," I said, "and then we're done. Okay. We gotta get back on the road." He nodded, already half-turned toward the right feet, bouncing in place, attention glued to the collision of cars ahead. The midway split here. To the right, the path widened into the ride cluster, bumper cars, snack bar with its flickering menu board, a small seating area with sun-faded umbrellas, and plastic chairs. Beyond that, the Ferris wheel loomed the rest of the park, laid out like a half-forgotten board game. To the left, things thinned out. That way lay the restrooms, a low block of gray concrete, with men and women painted over the doors, and the service road that looped behind the rides. A row of artificial bushes on metal stands created a half-hearted barrier between the public area and the staff-only zone, backed up by a chain-link fence. The further you looked in that direction, the more things looked like the backstage of a fading carnival dumpsters, the back walls of kiosks, a glimpse of the maintenance shed's metal siding. The sun hit everything from the side, throwing long, stretched shadows across the cracked concrete. The kiosks along the midway cast ribbons of darkness that ran almost all the way to the snack bar. The spaces between them were strips of bright, hot light. I wiped sweat off my forehead with the back of my wristband. The air smelled like fryer oil and spilled soda, layered over with the sharp, almost sterile tang of chlorinated water blown in from the dry splash pad. "Here," my wife said, pressing a stack of napkins into my hand. Can you grab more? Emma got lemonade all over her shirt. She was half turned toward Emma, who was busy inspecting a sticky stain on her front like it was a crime scene. Yeah, I said, tucking the napkins under my arm and glancing at the snack bar window. The line there was short, one woman ordering nachos, a teenager behind the counter staring past her. I looked back at Ben. He was still facing the bumper cars, body-angled right eyes on the ride attendant as they waved the current round to a stop. The light hit his hair, turning it lighter than it really is. His wristband, bright orange, too big for his arm, glowed against his skin. I'm gonna grab napkins, I called over the noise, raising my voice just enough. Stay where I can see you, okay? Okay, he tossed back, barely glancing at me. I believed him. I turned for a second, just a second, toward the snack bar to my right. The woman in front of the window stepped aside, shaking salt onto something in a paper boat. I pulled a few more napkins from the metal dispenser on the counter, the kind that always gives you either 1 or 30 with no in-between. Thanks, I said automatically to the teenager behind the glass, even though he hadn't actually done anything. He didn't respond. His eyes were somewhere over my shoulder, unfocused. I pivoted back toward the bumper car's napkins in hand. Ben was gone. Not gone, not yet. There was no open stretch of empty pavement where he'd been, but the little pocket of space where his orange wristband had been waving a moment earlier now contained only strangers, a girl with a streak of pink in her hair, a dad in a sleeveless shirt adjusting his sunglasses, a toddler holding a half-melted ice cream. For a half second, my brain lagged behind my eyes. Then I saw him. He was not heading right anymore. He was walking left. His head was slightly tilted, as if he were listening to someone talk just ahead and to the side of him. His arms were relaxed hands swinging at his sides. There was nothing in his body language that suggested fear or sneaking off. He moved like a kid following instructions he didn't see any reason to question. He slipped between two kiosks, a closed balloon dart game on one side, a shuttered lemonade stand on the other, and vanished behind them toward the quieter part of the park. For a beat, I just stood there, napkins in my hand, my brain trying to reconcile the last image of him facing the bumper cars, with the new one of his back retreating toward the restrooms. Ben, I called louder now. He didn't slow, didn't look back. The set of his shoulders didn't change. It wasn't the disobedience that made the hair on my arms stand up. Kids ignore their parents at parks all the time. It was the way he moved, purposeful, but not his purpose. I started walking, then walking faster. As I left the cluster of people around the bumper cars, the sound changed. The overlapping shrieks and laughs dimmed with each step, muted by the walls of the kiosks. The tinny ride music, some looped off-brand pop track, thinned out, losing its bass. The generic Fun Junction announcements over the PA guests, "Don't forget to stop by our snack bar for a special on," faded into static and then disappeared. Other sounds rose up to replace them. The angry zap of a bug zapper hanging from a lamppost fed on gnats and unlucky flies. The steady, throatier hum of the snack bar's compressor on the side wall, vibrating through the metal like a living thing. The slosh and suck of an overworked drain near the restroom's water glugging faintly in some unseen pipe. The smell shifted too. Less cotton candy and sunscreen, more bleach and something sour. The closer I got to the restrooms, the clearer the ammonia tang of cleaning chemicals became, mixing with the damp stone smell of perpetually wet concrete. Underneath it all, faint and stale, a thread of cigarette smoke too old to be from anyone currently on break. The sun slid behind one of the few remaining clouds, dimming the light for a heartbeat. The shadows between the kiosks thickened. Ben, I called again, stepping through the gap between the games. A couple of park staff were visible farther down near the edge of the service road, two teens in faded polos leaning against a fence, half-heartedly arguing about something on one of their phones. Neither of them looked in my direction. I scanned for orange. There, by the blocky outline of the restroom building near where the plastic bushes started their fake hedge line. The top of Ben's head hair, a little messed from the day, bobbed up, just visible over the line of plastic leaves. It disappeared, then reappeared as he shifted his weight from one foot to the other. He was not facing the restrooms. He was angled toward the narrow space that led behind them, toward where I knew the maintenance shed crouched. He was talking. "Hey, buddy," I called, picking up speed. The gravel under my shoes changed to rougher concrete, my footfalls sounding louder in the narrower space. "Where you going, bumper cars are the other way." He didn't react to my voice. His own voice floated back to me instead. "Yes, sir," he was saying. His tone was carefully polite, that slightly higher voice kids reserve for teachers and strangers they've been taught to respect. "My mom said it's okay." I froze for a fraction of a second, not because of what he said, but because of how. Ben is not a yes sir kid, not to strangers. He's a yeah kid, a what kid? Hearing that formality in his mouth felt wrong, like hearing your own voice played back at the wrong speed. He paused as if listening to a reply. I heard nothing. No second voice, no murmur, no questions. Just the hum of the compressor, the distant tinny echo of the main park music, the buzz of the zapper, the whisper of my own breath in my ears. "Yes, I can see them," he said next. "He's right there." His head tipped slightly, as if indicating where he was. I followed the tilt. It pointed not at me, not at the path we'd come from, but deeper toward the narrow cut between the restroom block and the line of bushes. I felt something in my chest go cold and small. The space between sounds stretched. The park behind me might as well have been on another planet. All the rides, all the lights, all the people laughing and yelling and shuffling their feet. They faded to a dull, distant roar, like hearing a party through too many walls. Here near the restrooms and the service lane, and the too neat row of plastic bushes, the world thinned down to a few simple noises. The soft, irregular drip of water somewhere unseen. The mechanical breathing of the snack bar's cooler. The persistent, wet buzz of the zapper. And my son's voice carrying clearly in the heavy air, answering someone I could not hear. "I told you," he said with a little laugh, like he was trying to be agreeable. "My mom said it's okay." He paused again, eyes focused on a point just ahead of him, just out of my line of sight. Whatever answered him, if anything did so too quietly or in a frequency I was not built to catch. To me, the space in front of him was empty. 3.1, Mr. Gray says it's a shortcut. If you walk far enough down any cheap midway, you eventually hit the parts they hope you will not look at too closely. At Fun Junction, that was the backstretch behind the smaller rides. The games and food stands thinned out until there were just a few lonely stalls, then gave way to the necessary, unglamorous things that keep a park running: restrooms, maintenance, storage. Even the colored lights petered out back there. The bulbs that still worked cast sickly halos over stained concrete and painted cinder blocks. I did not mean to wander that far with Ben. We were just following the curve of the path, him veering toward whatever flashed or beeped me, keeping a steady hand on his shoulder. I remember looking back once, trying to catch sight of my wife and Emma at the carousel. For a second, I saw the top of a white horse and a flash of Emma's pink shirt. Then the crowd shifted, and they disappeared behind a cluster of people waiting in line. "Stay where I can see you," my wife had said. "Yeah," I had answered, without really thinking about what that actually meant in a place full of corners and blind spots. The concrete under our feet grew rougher as we walked. The decorative tiles disappeared, replaced by plain gray slabs, with cracks running through them like veins. Trash cans became less frequent. and the trash on the ground, more so a crumpled drink cup here, a napkin there. A plastic fork snapped clean in half. The restroom sat at the very end of that run. The building was a low, rectangular block of cinder concrete, painted a color that might once have been white, but now sat somewhere in the no man's land between beige and grime. On the front, 2 metal doors faced the path, each with a faded sign above it. Men on one side, women on the other. The letters were peeling the corners of the signs, bent from years of weather and boredom. Both doors were propped open a few inches, held in place by cinder blocks wedged at the base. The men's room exhaled a wave of cooler, damp air that smelled of bleach and urine hand soap and something else you don't want a name for. Inside, the fluorescent lights flickered, buzzing faintly as flies bumped against their covers. To the right of the building, pushed up against the edge of the concrete, was a line of portable toilets. 8 of them maybe in a row, plastic shells in a dulled blue-green color, each with a little circular indicator on the door that flipped from green to red. They leaned slightly, like they were tired too. Around their bases, the grass had given up. Bare dirt showed through. Behind the restrooms, set just a little off-center, stood a metal shed. It was one of those prefab things, corrugated sides, flat roof color, somewhere between dull silver and the inside of a storm cloud. A small rusted sign near the top read, "Maintenance," in flaking black letters. A single narrow door on the side facing us was closed, a padlock hanging from a latch that might or might not have been actually locked. Between the back of the shed and the chain-link fence that marked the true boundary of the park, there was a narrow gap, 3 feet wide at most, running the length of the structure. Someone at some point had tried to dress it up or block it off by placing a line of bushes along the fence. But the bushes were fake plastic branches stuck into weighted bases and shoved up against the metal links. From where I stood at first, they looked like real shrubs, dusty green leaves, some browned at the tips from too much sun. Up close, you could see the seams where the pieces fit together. The way the dirt in the pots was just textured plastic. Those fake bushes formed a kind of screen, leaving only glimpses of what lay behind a strip of gravel and dirt, the shadowed side of the shed, the vertical lines of the fence. It was not a place meant for guests. It was a nothing space utility and neglect. That is where I saw my son. Not the whole of him, just his shoes at first. I had been glancing toward the women's room door, scanning for my wife coming to meet us, when something bright flickered at the edge of my vision. I turned my head and saw sticking out past the last plastic bush the heel and sole of one of Ben's sneakers, the light-up ones. The ones with the LED strip along the bottom that flared when he walked or jumped. For a heartbeat, I thought he was just standing there, maybe poking at something in the leaves. Then I realized his shoe wasn't flat on the ground, the way it would be if he were just planted in one place. It was at a slight angle, toe pointed toward the gap between the shed and the fence heel, lifted like he was in mid-step. Ben, I called. No answer. But I heard his voice. It came from the other side of the fake bushes, slightly muffled. He was talking quietly the way he did when he was trying to sound grown-up and polite. "Really," he said. "You know where all the prizes are?" My stomach clenched. I started walking toward the bushes, trying not to look like I was rushing, even though every nerve in my body suddenly wanted me to run. There was a pause, then his voice again, closer this time, as if he'd taken another step in. "My dad is right there," he said. "He doesn't mind." Heat crawled up the back of my neck. My ears felt full like they did on airplanes right before they popped. The edges of my vision seemed to draw inward, the bright ugliness of the park dimming at the corners. All of my attention tunneled down to that narrow opening, that strip of gravel behind the shed, where my child was standing and talking to someone I could not see. The country song on the park speakers faded in my awareness, like somebody had turned a knob and lowered it. The sounds from the rides, the creak of the Ferris wheel, the warped carousel music fell away, too swallowed by the roar of my own heartbeat in my ears. What remained were smaller sounds, closer ones. The whir of an exhaust fan mounted high on the restroom wall, pulling damp air out with a steady, monotonous drone. The high, insistent whine of insects in the scrub beyond the fence, a thin electric thread running under everything. The crunch of gravel under my shoes with each careful step I took toward that fake hedge. I forced myself to breathe in and out, slow, forcing my voice to stay calm. "Hey, buddy," I called again, softer this time. "Who you talking to?" No answer. Or rather, no answer directed at me. His voice came again, but he wasn't talking to his father. He was answering some question I hadn't heard. "Yeah, I like those," he said. "My sister likes the stuffed unicorns better." I rounded the last concrete corner and closed the final few feet between me and the bushes. Up close, the plastic leaves brushed my arm, their edges stiff and sharp. Through the gaps between them, I could see more of him now, his calf, his knee, the hem of his shorts. He was standing on the gravel just behind the line of fake greenery body, turned slightly toward the shed. The chain-link fence stood a few feet beyond him, its metal catching the dull light. The side of the shed loomed on his other side, close enough that a grown man could stand between it and the fence if he turned sideways. And something had. From my angle, I could not see a whole person. I could not see a face. What I could see was an arm. It emerged from the shadow at the edge of the shed, extending toward my son. The sleeve was gray, just a t-shirt, nothing fancy. The kind of gray that hides stains. The fabric hung loose and soft around a pale forearm, the muscles beneath it making faint contours under the skin. The hand at the end of that arm rested lightly on Ben's shoulder. Not squeezing, not grabbing, just sitting there. The fingers curved naturally, the thumb hooked just above his collarbone. I registered details in flashes. The skin on the arm was light, but not untouched. There were a couple of freckles near the wrist, a spray of darker hair along the outer edge. The knuckles were slightly rough, like someone who used their hands a lot. The nails were short, but not clean, a thin line of grit under the crescents. The way the hand lay on my son's shoulder made my stomach twist. It was not the way a staff member might lightly touch a kid to guide them. There was a familiarity to it, a proprietary weight even as it pretended not to press down. I could not see the person's body behind the arm, not really. A sliver of gray torso, the hint of a hip turned away from me, the edge of a cap brim in the gloom if I let my eyes adjust. It was like the shed itself was holding him, swallowed up in its shadow. I took another step forward, the gravel popping under my shoe, sounding as loud as gunfire in my own head. Sweat prickled at the back of my neck, running in a slow line down my spine. "Ben," I said, and this time I could hear the strain in my own voice. "Who's that?" He started a little at the sound of my voice that close, then half turned his head, not enough to look at me, but enough that I could see his profile. "It's okay, Dad," he said. "He works here. He knows a shortcut to the prize place." My mouth went dry. Every instinct I had screamed at me to reach through the bushes and grab him, right then drag him back, haul him away from that touch. But there is a strange, stupid part of you in those moments that does not want to make a scene. That wants to give the benefit of the doubt for just one more second. That does not quite believe you are seeing what you are seeing. In that one more second, I spoke instead of lunging. "Hey," I said, forcing my voice to aim at the shadow beyond my son. "I'm his dad. What shortcut are we talking about?" For the first time, the arm moved in a way that acknowledged me. The hand lifted off Ben's shoulder and gestured vaguely toward the narrow space between the shed and the fence. A small, easy motion, like someone pointing out a scenic route on a map. My son swayed as the hand left him, as if there had been a little more weight there than I'd realized. The arm didn't retreat fully. It hovered elbow-bent hand, now hanging loosely at the side of the gray torso. The fingers twitched once, a subtle flex, then stilled. I was close enough now to smell him. Under the omnipresent layers of park air, fried food, bleached dust, I caught a line of something sharper. Cigarette smoke ground into fabric. A cheap, generic cologne, the kind that comes in plastic bottles at discount stores, sour and sweet at the same time. The hairs on my arms stood up. "Ben," I said again, no longer bothering to hide the urgency. "Come over here." He shifted his weight, one foot sliding back an inch as if he might obey. The heel of his sneaker scraped against the gravel. For one hopeful heartbeat, I thought that would be the end of it. Then the arm moved again. The hand that had been hanging relaxed at the man's side snapped back up, but there was nothing gentle about it now. It closed around my son's upper arm, just above the elbow fingers, wrapping all the way around, and yanked. Ben's entire body jerked forward deeper into the gap between the shed and the fence. I lunged, branches of the fake bushes clawing at my chest as I shoved through them. The gravel under my feet shifted treacherously. The world contracted down to the space where that gray sleeve disappeared into shadow, and my son's small arm was vanishing with it. In that strangled moment, as my hand shot out to catch him, I heard another voice join his. It was not loud. It did not need to be. It was right there, a few feet in front of me, coming from a mouth I still could not see. "Come on," the man said, like this was a conversation they'd been having for a long time. His tone was low, patient, almost indulgent. "We already talked about this." 3.2. The tug of war in the dark, the second. His fingers closed around Ben's arm. Something in me snapped out of that weird, polite hesitation and straight into something else. There was no more wondering if I was overreacting, no more trying to sound reasonable. My body moved before my brain could catch up. I hit the fake bushes hard enough to make the plastic branches rattle, shoving them aside with both hands. They scraped my face and arms, stiff leaves catching on my shirt. Gravel slid under my shoes as I lunged into the narrow space between the hedge and the shed, reaching for the one thing that mattered in front of me. Ben's other arm was still visible, his hand clawing at the air fingers spread. I grabbed for him blindly, my palm closing around his wrist, just as his sneaker lost its purchase and his foot shot forward into the gap. It felt like grabbing hold of someone who was already falling. For a heartbeat, he was weightless between us, and then the tug came hard, sudden, not from him, but from the direction he was being pulled. Whatever was on the other end of that gray sleeve jerked him deeper toward the fence, and the force traveled through his small body and straight into my grip. My shoulder yanked forward. My knees slammed into the gravel, sharp rocks biting through denim. The rough metal siding of the shed scraped along my upper arm as my weight slid sideways, dragging my torso toward the corner. This was not my son stumbling. This was not momentum. This was someone else pulling. I dug my heels into the ground, the soles of my shoes grinding over loose stones, searching for something solid to push against. I wrapped my fingers tighter around Ben's wrist, feeling the delicate bones under his skin, the erratic hammer of his pulse. "Dad." He screamed the word high and thin, already stretching as his torso tipped closer to the fence. The sound cut off halfway, like it had been pushed out of him by force. The world around us shrank and went strange. Whatever music had been leaking from the speakers, whatever sad country song had been dragging itself along, is gone in my memory. The carousel's warped tune, the shrieks of kids somewhere deeper in the park, the crackle of the bug zappers, all of it dropped away, like somebody had flipped a switch. What was left? was a different kind of noise. The crunch and grind of gravel under Ben's shoes as his toes dug in, then slipped, then scraped. The squeal of the chain link fence as his shoulder hit it, metal links rattling in their frame. The sharp hiss of my own breath, sawing in and out of my chest, too fast, too shallow. And under it, too close, another sound, someone else breathing. Not loud, not cartoon, villain, heavy. Just present. A little uneven, a little too close, the way your own breathing sounds when you are standing in a small, tiled room with another person. It smelled like the breath of a smoker's stale tobacco, and something chemical mixed with that cheap cologne I'd already caught a hint of. My left shoulder slammed into the corner of the shed, the edge of the metal biting into bone. Pain flared white, bright enough to make my vision stutter. My teeth clacked together. For a second, my grip loosened my fingers, slipping on the sweat-slick skin of my son's arm. The pull on the other side seized that moment, hauling harder. Ben's upper body jerked deeper into the darkness between the shed and the fence. His t-shirt rode up in the back, exposing a strip of pale skin that scraped over the rough metal. He cried out again, the sound swallowing itself as his chest compressed. "Stop!" I heard my own voice crack. It did not sound like me. It sounded thin and ragged, frayed at the edges. I threw my weight backward, every muscle I had screaming in protest. Gravel spat out behind my shoes, pinging against the base of the restroom wall. My fingers locked like a vice around his wrist thumb, digging in hard enough to leave a bruise. There is a particular kind of terror that hits parents, the one you do not have a category for until the moment you feel it. It is not fear of being hurt, not even fear of dying. It is the instant sick certainty that you are about to fail at the one thing you are supposed to be able to do, keep your child from being taken away. In that sliver of forever that might have been 1 second or might have been 10, my brain did something cruel. It tried to make sense of what was happening, and the only way it knew how was through images it had been fed for years. Headlines flashed in my mind, stark black letters on white local boy missing from small amusement park. Family vacation turns to nightmare. Father looked away for just a second. I saw my wife's face pale and tight in a hospital waiting room, lips pressed together so hard they were bloodless. I saw Ben's school photo on the news, the one where his hair stuck up a little on one side because he'd refused to let anyone fix it. I saw the park from above on a helicopter-shot crime scene tape fluttering in the hot breeze. All of that exists in the space between one heartbeat and the next. While in the real world, my fingers were slipping, the skin of his wrist was slick with sweat, and I could feel the tendons jump under my hand as he tried to twist free in the only direction he could move. "Dad," he choked out again, voice strangled. "Dad, it hurts." The other set of fingers on his arm tightened. I could see the way the fabric of his sleeve dimpled under the grip of that unseen hand. The shadow of the gray torso shifted closer. The smell of tobacco and cologne thickened, crawling up my nose and down the back of my throat. I heard the man's breath right there on the edge of hearing, just beyond the line of plastic leaves. Almost there, he murmured not to me but to the boy he was trying to drag through that gap. The tone was astonishingly calm, the way you'd talk to a kid you'd promised a treat. You said you wanted to see where the good prizes are. I don't remember deciding to yell. The sound just ripped out of me. "Let go of him," I roared, voice cracking on the go. It echoed off the concrete block of the restroom, came back thinner, more desperate. My right hand had no more strength to give fingers already screaming. So I did the only thing I could think of. I brought my left arm up, ignoring the pain in my shoulder, and reached for my son's waist, trying to get more of him under my control. My palm hit his hip, my fingers digging into the waistband of his shorts. I planted my knees, feeling sharp stones bite into flesh, and heaved backward with everything I had left. There was a moment then that felt utterly still and utterly wrong. No wind, no music, no laughter, even the insects seemed to cut out. The world narrowed to contact points, my hands on my son, the unseen hands on him from the other side, and the thin, unforgiving space between those two claims. For a heartbeat, it was perfectly balanced. If a stranger had walked up right then, they might have seen 3 bodies in awkward positions and thought it was all some weird game. They would not have heard the way my heart was thudding so hard it made my vision pulse, or felt the way my stomach had folded in on itself, or known that in my mind, everything after this moment was a cliff I was already falling over. And then, as suddenly as it had started, the pull from the darkness vanished. It did not ease off. It did not slacken gradually. It was there one instant, a solid human force fighting mine, and the next, it was just gone. Newton's laws do not care about your terror. When you are throwing your full weight against resistance and that resistance disappears, your body keeps going. Without that counterpull, the force I was exerting had nowhere to go but backward. Ben came flying toward me, his whole small body slamming into my chest. The unexpected momentum knocked the breath out of both of us. My balance, already precarious on the loose gravel, went straight to hell. I toppled backward. For a split second, I was aware of the sky overhead, a flat, hot, grayish blue between the tops of the buildings tilting into my field of vision. Then my back hit the ground. The impact drove a shock wave up my spine. The world exploded into sensations, sharp points of gravel digging into my shoulder blades, the heavy weight of my son landing on top of me, his head connecting with my sternum hard enough to make stars burst at the edges of my sight. The taste of dust and adrenaline filled my mouth. We lay there in a tangle, gasping. Ben's chest heaved against mine, his breath coming in wet, hitching sobs. I could feel his heart racing like a trapped bird. His fingers had found purchase somewhere in my shirt, bunching the fabric. I sucked air in through my teeth, each inhale scraping along ribs that were already beginning to ache. My own heart was a hammer in my chest, pounding time against his. Slowly sound seeped back in. The restroom fan whirred on a constant mechanical drone. Somewhere distantly, the carousel music wobbled through its familiar loop, the notes slightly out of tune. A kid laughed oblivious on the other side of the park. The bug zappers resumed their irregular snapping chorus. For a second, I thought I might be sick. I rolled to my side, still cradling Ben, and pushed myself up onto one elbow. His face was pressed into my shirt, hot and damp, his fingers still in a death grip on the fabric. I put my hand on the back of his head, feeling the softness of his hair, the slight dampness of sweat at his scalp. "It's okay," I lied automatically, voice raw. "You're okay. I've got you." My shoulder throbbed where it had hit the shed. When I reached up to touch it, my fingers came away gritty with a mix of sweat and tiny shards of paint or rust. Ben pulled back just enough to look at me, eyes wide and glassy tears, tracking clean lines down cheeks streaked with dust. There was a red mark around his upper arm where the stranger's hand had been already starting to swell. He started, voice shaking. He was, I know, I said quickly before he had to say it out loud. I know. I needed to see him. Not the boy in my arms, I could see him just fine. I needed to see the man who had done this. I turned my head toward the gap behind the shed, expecting at the very least the shape of someone retreating, a back, disappearing into the shadows, a leg, a shoulder, a flash of gray. There was nothing. The narrow space between the shed and the fence was empty. Just gravel, the scuffed marks of our struggle, the faint imprint of a shoe tread near the fence where Ben had slid. The chain link still rattled a little from the recent impact, then settled. No gray shirt, no arm, no hat. No one walking away down the fence line, no one standing there at all. For a fraction of a second, I wondered if he had dropped flat when I fell hiding in that strip of shadow, holding his breath just out of sight. But there was nowhere for a grown man to lie without some part of him showing through the gaps in the fake hedge and the narrow angle between the shed and the fence. My gaze slid along the side of the shed, searching for any sign of movement. That was when I saw it, a door in the back corner I hadn't noticed before. It was smaller than the main maintenance door on the side, half hidden by the angle of the building, and a stack of old pallets leaning against the wall. A metal slab with a rusting handle just wide enough for a person to slip through. Above it, stenciled in fading black letters, were the words, "Staff Only." As I watched, the door was in motion. Not wide open, just a slice of darkness quickly narrowing. The edge of it was moving, swinging inward with slow, deliberate resistance, like it had been pushed a moment before and was still catching up. The gap shrank inch by inch. The hinges let out a long, dry squeal, a crurry sound that raised the tiny hairs on my arms. It was not loud, but in that moment, it might as well have been a scream. There was no hand on the handle. No arm, no leg vanishing behind it. Just the door closing itself, as if someone had slipped through in the instant my back hit the ground, and now whatever was on the other side wanted very much not to be seen. It clicked shut with a soft, final sound. Ben flinched at the noise, burying his face back into my chest. I held him tighter and stared at that small metal door, my pulse thudding in my ears, knowing with absolute certainty that whoever had been attached to that gray sleeve had just gone through it, and that I had never once seen his face. 3 key. 3, the office, the cameras, and the silence. When your body finally stops fighting, the shaking starts. I did not even notice it at first. I was too busy counting fingers and toes, checking pupils, running my hands over Ben's arms and legs, like I was trying to memorize the shape of him in case he evaporated. "I'm okay," he kept saying, voice thin and high. "I'm okay, Dad, it's just my arm." There was a red band forming where the hand had grabbed his skin, already puffing up in a rough ring. I swallowed hard against the bile rising in my throat. "We're going to the front," I said. The words came out shakier than I meant them to. "We're going to tell somebody." I got my feet under me and hoisted him up. He wrapped his legs around my waist without being asked, small hands clutching the back of my neck. He was too old to be carried like that, most days too big. But right then, he felt light as air and heavy as the world. I stumbled out from behind the fake bushes into the open, blinking in the sudden brightness. The normal park sounds crashed back in music kids' voices, the grind of rides. For a second, the fact that everything looked the same made me dizzy. Somewhere, someone was still winning a stuffed animal. Somewhere, someone was still buying a soda. It felt wrong, like a laugh track playing over a car crash. "Hey!" I shouted, my voice cracking in the open air. "Hey, I need help." There is a particular tone that cuts through crowd noise, the one that says something is very, very wrong. I must have hit it because heads turned. A teenage ride operator looked up from his phone. A dad near the snack stand straightened. Somewhere to my left, my wife's voice snapped into existence. "What happened?" she demanded, appearing at my side like she'd stepped out of thin air, Emma clinging to her hand. Her eyes darted to Ben's face, to the mark on his arm, to mine. "What happened?" "Someone grabbed him," I said. The words felt huge and fragile, like if I said them too loud, they'd shatter and cut all of us. Behind the shed, some man. He tried to pull him through the fence. My wife's hand flew to her mouth. Emma started crying without knowing why. A man in a gray polo shirt with a Fun Junction logo on the chest jogged toward us from the direction of the midway. He was mid-40s maybe, with a sunburned nose and a ring of keys clipped to his belt. A laminated badge swung from a lanyard around his neck. A younger girl in a faded park t-shirt trailed him, dark hair yanked into a ponytail, face flushed. "What's going on?" the man panted. "Everybody all right?" I adjusted my grip on Ben, who had gone quiet, his face pressed into my shoulder. "Somebody just grabbed my kid," I said. My voice was getting louder. I could hear it and could not stop it. He said he worked here, said he was taking him to some prize room. He tried to drag him behind the maintenance shed. The man's expression shifted from confusion to something like alarm, then to a guarded managerial neutral. He glanced at the girl, then back at me. "Okay," he said, hands coming up in a calming gesture. Let's step inside, all right. We can talk in the office, get everybody some water." "I don't want water," I snapped. "I want you to lock this place down and find whoever, and we will." He cut in quickly, that soothing customer service tone edging into his voice. "I promise. We just need to get some details and make sure your boy's okay. Come on." He gestured toward a low building near the front gate just off to the side of the ticket booth. I hadn't noticed it on the way in, but now the small sign over the door office seemed to pulse. My wife took Emma's hand tighter and fell into step next to me. The younger girl hovered a few paces behind, eyes big, chewing on the edge of her thumbnail. Inside the office felt smaller than it had any right to be. The air was colder than outside the AC, working overtime and losing the battle. It smelled like old coffee paper and that stale chemical citrus from cheap cleaning sprays. A humming photocopier sat on a table near the back, its display panel lit but idle. The carpet underfoot was a flattened industrial gray, stained in places with rings where drinks had been knocked over and half-heartedly cleaned. On the left wall, a cluttered desk held a computer, stacks of forms, and a coffee machine with a brown ring burned into the hot plate. On the right, a bulletin board was crowded with notices, schedules, hand-drawn maps, a list of extension numbers, a faded flyer about CPR training. But my eyes went straight to the thing in the center, a bank of monitors mounted high on the wall behind the desk. 4 across, 3 down, 12 screens in a grid, each showing a different angle of the park. The images were washed-out color, the kind you get from cameras that haven't been updated in a decade. Little black numbers in the corners marked the feeds. One showed the front gate and ticket booth, our car, visible as a dull shape in the lot. Another showed the midway ring toss and basketball games sitting in a lethargic line. Another showed the bumper cars empty at the moment, their shells reflecting the overhead lights. One feed framed the snack bar, a couple of guests standing in front of it, their faces distorted by the wide-angle lens. I scanned the grid, looking for the restrooms, the shed, the gap. Second row far right, a view labeled Back Service Road, restrooms in white text at the bottom. Except there was no picture. The entire square was filled with black. In the top right corner in angry red were the words, "No signal." My heart sank in a way that had nothing to do with adrenaline and everything to do with a deep, exhausted familiarity. Of course, the one place that mattered was the blind spot. "That one's been down all week," the man in the gray polo said quickly, following my gaze. "We're waiting on a tech to come out and look at it. They keep pushing us because of priority calls." He said it like he'd said it before. I turned to face him, fully shifting Ben's weight on my hip. My son's breath was warm against my neck, his fingers still locked in my shirt. "You have cameras on the front gate, the games, the snack bar, but not the back bathrooms?" I asked. My voice was flat now, the anger narrowing into something harder. "We do," he said. "It's just like I said down." We've got signage up. We checked the area, but signage, my wife cut in, incredulous. Signage, a man just tried to take our son. The younger girl flinched at that, eyes dropping to the floor. Okay, the man said again, hands spreading in a placating gesture. We're going to file an incident report. We'll call it in to corporate, and if you want, we can get the sheriff's office out here. If we want, I echoed. His jaw tightened at my tone, but he didn't rise to it. Instead, he moved around the desk, dug in a drawer, and pulled out a clipboard. A form was clipped to it, boxes for time and date, location, nature of incident, witness information. He clicked a pen and held it out to me. I'll need your name, contact info, he said. Just the basics. Then we can... I stared at the pen for a second. My hand, I realized, was still shaking. I took it anyway. The paper felt flimsy under the tip. Name. I hesitated, then wrote my first name, and the initial of my last, the rest of the line trailing off into a scribble that might have been legible to someone with patience and a magnifying glass. It wasn't that I wanted to hide. Not exactly. It was that everything in this tiny humming room made me feel like I was about to step into a machine I didn't trust. While I scratched in our address and a half-readable phone number, the manager turned his attention to Ben. Hey, buddy, he said, crouching down a little to seem less imposing, though his eyes kept flicking back up to meet mine. Can you tell me what happened? What the man looked like? Ben didn't answer right away. He was pressed against me, cheek on my shoulder, eyes distant. I could feel his throat move as he swallowed. It's okay, I murmured into his hair. You can tell them. He pulled back just enough to look at the manager. His lower lip trembled, but his voice when it came was surprisingly steady, as if repeating the story made it less real. He said his name was Mr. Gray, Ben said. He said he works here. He said he worked here a long time. The manager's face didn't move, but his eyes did, just a quick flick toward the girl, then back. She had gone very still. He told me Mom already said it was okay, Ben went on. He said you said it was okay too, Dad. He said he knew the shortcut to the prize room, the one where they keep the good stuff. My wife's hand gripped the back of a nearby chair so hard her knuckles whitened. We don't have a prize room, she said to the manager, voice tight. It wasn't a question. He cleared his throat. We have a stock area, he said. Back by the games. Employees only. Kids aren't supposed to be back there. The girl finally looked up. Her face was pale, lips pressed together in a thin line. I saw her eyes flick just for a heartbeat to a corner of the office. I followed her gaze. On the far wall next to the bulletin board, there was another board, this one cork edges worn, the surface pocked with old pinholes. A few sheets of paper were tacked to it. One was a generic corporate code atom policy printout detailing procedures for lost children. Another was a flyer about employee conduct. Between them, half covered by a curled corner of something else, was a piece of paper that looked older than the rest. I could see the edges of a photo attached to it, a grainy image of a child, black and white, the ink faded. Above it, in bold letters, the word missing. The manager noticed where I was looking and stepped slightly to block my view. We've never had anything like this here, he said quickly. Not on my watch. We take safety very seriously. I thought about the open staff-only gate, the unlocked side door on the kiosk, the dead camera feed. You don't have anyone working today in a gray shirt and a hat, I asked. Smells like smoke, cheap cologne, he shook his head. All our employees wear polos with the park logo, he said, plucking at his own shirt to demonstrate. We don't have anyone like that on payroll today. Payroll. The word landed heavier than he meant it to. I opened my mouth to push to ask about contractors, vendors, ex-employees, anyone who might know the back paths of the park better than guests ever could. Before I could, the speakers crackled. The PA system in the office ceiling squawked with sudden static loud enough to make Emma flinch and cover her ears. The manager winced, reaching automatically for the phone on the desk, like he'd had to fix feedback before. Instead of the usual half-clear, half-muffled country song, a woman's voice came through. Fun junction guests. She said the words oddly crisp under a layer of hiss like an old recording. Please remember, do not follow any employee into staff-only areas. The room froze. The manager's hand stopped halfway to the phone. The girl's mouth opened a fraction, eyes going wide. If someone tells you your parents already said it's okay, the voice continued steady and calm, please check at the front gate. The last syllable stretched slightly, warping, as if the tape or whatever they were using was fraying. Then the message cut off mid-breath, replaced by a jagged squeal of feedback. The speakers popped on a once, then dropped back into the distant murmur of whatever was playing out in the park. No one moved for a second. My skin had gone cold, a fine layer of sweat breaking out across my back. I looked at the manager. He looked back at me, a thin sheen of sweat on his upper lip despite the overactive air conditioning. What was that? My wife asked. Her voice was too loud in the small room. Is that a normal announcement you play? The manager's face did something complicated? An involuntary flicker of fear quickly covered by something like embarrassment. That shouldn't... He cleared his throat again, harder this time. That's an old training message. We used to run it for staff orientation years back. It's not supposed to be in the rotation anymore. Not supposed to be, I repeated. My voice sounded flat even to me. He grabbed the desk phone, punched a couple of buttons, and snapped, "Turn off the PA for a minute, would you?" "Yeah. I don't care, just kill it. Something's glitching." He hung up and tried to smile at us. It did not reach his eyes. Like I said, he murmured more to himself than to us. We've been having issues with the system. Old place, old wiring. Behind him on the wall, the monitor marked, "Back service road, restrooms," still glowed black, no signal burning red in the corner like a tiny quiet alarm no one knew how to answer. 4.21, checking in, checking out. We did not stay to ride out the paperwork. The manager offered to comp the wristbands to give us vouchers to make it right. But the thought of spending one more second inside that office, inside that park, made my skin crawl. My wife's mouth was a hard, flat line. She took Emma's hand. I gathered up Ben, and we walked out past the ticket booth without looking back. The girl inside it watched us go through the scratched plexiglass. She lifted a hand, almost like a wave, then dropped it again, eyes sliding away. The sun was lower now, sliding toward the horizon, painting the gravel lot in a harsher orange. Our SUV sat where we had left it, patient, indifferent. I unlocked it with shaking hands. The kids climbed in without the usual arguments about who sat where. My wife shut her door a little harder than she meant to the sound popping in the hot air. I started the engine. The AC fan roared to life. For a second, I just sat there with my hands on the wheel, feeling my pulse throbbing in my fingertips. "Seatbelts," my wife said, voice clipped. Click, click, click. I backed out the tires, crunching over the stones, and we rolled toward the exit. No one stopped us. The arch, with its flickering fun, passed overhead, and then we were back on the narrow road, the sagging church sign, and the mobile homes sliding by in reverse. Nobody spoke. I did not turn the radio back on. The only sounds in the car were the low drone of the engine, the muted hiss of the AC vents, and the distant rush of other cars. Once we turned onto the on-ramp, and merged back into the stream. The interstate swallowed us up like we had never left. I kept my eyes on the road hands, tight on the wheel. Every time a gray shirt or a baseball cap flashed in the corner of my vision, from another car, from a billboard, from a rest stop sign, I felt my body tense before my brain could tell it to relax. In the back seat, Emma sniffled for a while, then eventually quieted. The rustle of plastic told me she had found one of the snack bags and was digging through it for comfort. Ben sat on the opposite side, pressed against the door knees, pulled up a little. Every now and then, a tiny sound escaped him, a half-swallowed hiccup of a sob, the tail end of a breath that had caught wrong. My wife faced forward, arms folded so tightly across her chest that her knuckles stood out. I could feel her anger like a heat source in the car, pointed not just at the park, not just at some faceless them, but at me. After about 10 miles of silence, it found words. "We should never have stopped," she said. Her voice was low controlled in that way that means it is balancing on the edge of something sharper. We were fine. We were on schedule. And we pulled off for that. The word that came out like an insult. "I know," I said. "It was all I had. I know." She laughed once without humor. "Just 1 hour," she mimicked. "They need to stretch their legs." I tried to swallow the guilt clogging my throat. If I hadn't dragged him out of there, I started. "If you hadn't taken us in there, you wouldn't have had to," she snapped. The kids flinched at the edge in her voice. She closed her eyes, inhaled slowly, then tried again. "I'm sorry," she said, softer, more to them than to me. I'm scared. I'm mad. Her voice broke. She turned her face toward the window, staring out at the blur of trees and billboards and sky. We drove like that for another half hour, the car a little capsule of tension barreling south. The early idea of making it all the way to Daytona that night evaporated with each mile. Nobody had the stamina for it anymore. When a familiar blue sign appeared, lodging followed by a string of logos, I felt something unclench in my chest. One of them was a Hampton Inn. We had stayed at enough of those that the sight of that particular font and color felt like a lifeline. "I'm getting off at the next exit," I said. "We'll find a hotel. We'll deal with the rest tomorrow." My wife did not argue. The Hampton Inn sat in a cluster of other chain properties, all variations on the same theme, 3 or 4 stories, beige and brick, big lit signs, hovering over manicured strips of grass. The parking lot asphalt was smoother here, the spaces painted in crisp white. A few SUVs and sedans were scattered around their windshields, reflecting the bruised colors of early evening. Inside the lobby, the world shifted again. It was bright, almost aggressively so, after the flat orange of the park. Cool air washed over us, carrying the sharp scent of chlorine from a pool somewhere out of sight, layered over with the faint smell of commercial lemon cleaner and coffee. The carpet underfoot had that busy geometric pattern chain hotels love, designed to hide stains while pretending to be cheerful. Behind the front desk, an overly friendly young man in a navy blazer and a name tag smiled at us with the unearned optimism of someone who had not spent the last hour imagining his child's face on a missing poster. A glass jar of complimentary cookies sat on the counter next to a stack of paper brochures advertising local attractions we were never going to see. "How y'all doing tonight?" he asked. "We need a room," my wife said. Her voice was thin but polite. "2 queens, if you have it." "Absolutely," he said, fingers already tapping on the keyboard. "Just passing through." "Yeah," I said. "Just passing through." He slid keycards across to us a few minutes later, along with a Wi-Fi code printed on a poorly cut strip of paper and a reminder about the complimentary breakfast. I nodded in all the right places, my brain somewhere else entirely. The elevator chimed too brightly. The mirrored walls inside reflected a family that looked like us, but slightly wrong faces washed out under fluorescent lights, clothes smeared with the day's sweat and dust. Ben kept his eyes on his shoes. Emma leaned against my wife's side thumb in her mouth. Our room was exactly like every other Hampton Inn room I've ever been in, which was both comforting and surreal. 2 queen beds with too many pillows lined up in neat rows. A patterned bedrunner that no one ever used. A nightstand with a phone and a laminated room service menu. A TV bolted to the wall across from the beds, already tuned to HGTV with the sound muted 2 people gesturing enthusiastically at a kitchen island. In the corner under the window, a PTAC unit, the wall-mounted air conditioner struck heater, grumbled and rattled its plastic front panel, vibrating slightly with each cycle. A mini fridge hummed beside a small cabinet, making a faint, intermittent clicking sound every time the compressor kicked on. The bathroom light humming when I flipped it on the fan, roaring to life, with it filling the small space with white noise. The kids moved slowly, like they were underwater. Emma kicked off her shoes and climbed onto the bed nearest the window, asking in a small voice if she could watch cartoons. I found the remote thumbed through channels until I hit something with bright colors and canned laughter. Ben sat on the edge of the other bed, hands flat on the mattress on either side of him, head bowed. His sneakers dangled a few inches above the floor toes, not quite touching. "Hey," I said gently, kneeling in front of him. "You okay?" He nodded, but his eyes stayed fixed on his feet. "Can I just stay here?" he asked quietly. "I don't want to go anywhere else today." "No one is going anywhere," I said. "We're done for today." He nodded again, but I could see the way his jaw worked, the muscles clenching. His arm was already mottled where the fingers had been. My wife dabbed some ointment on it, as if that could fix the shape of the memory. "You should take a shower," she told me eventually, her voice tired. "You're still dusty." I knew what she meant. My shirt was streaked where I'd hit the gravel where Ben's tears had soaked through. My shoulder felt like a single bruise under the skin. My hands still smelled faintly of metal and dirt. "Yeah," I said. "Okay." In the bathroom, I turned the shower on as hot as I could stand it. Steam filled the cramped space, quickly clouding the mirror. I stepped under the spray, letting the water hit the sore spot on my shoulder, wincing as the heat brought the ache into sharper focus. For a moment, the sensation of the water pounding over my head and face was enough to wipe everything else out. It was just temperature and pressure, the sound of the spray hitting tile, the squeak of my feet on the wet surface. My hands shook less when I ran them through my hair, when I scrubbed the dirt from my skin. But the mind is a cruel thing. Even with my eyes closed, even with the water thundering in my ears, the day kept replaying in fragments behind my eyelids. The feel of Ben's wrist in my hand, the way the gravel had shifted under my knees, that gray sleeve emerging from the shadows. "Come on, we already talked about this." My chest tightened. I pressed my palm flat against the shower wall to steady myself, forehead leaning into the hot stream. Eventually, the water started to cool at the edges, drifting from hot to merely warm. I shut it off, the sudden absence of sound leaving my ears ringing faintly. The fan's roar was still there, but thinner, less enveloping. In that relative quiet, another sound slipped through. It was muffled by the bathroom door and the hotel walls, but clear enough to recognize my son's voice. "I already told you I can't go now," he said. The words were soft, like he didn't want anyone to overhear. There was a pause afterward, a pocket of silence that made my skin prickle, as if someone else were occupying that empty space on the other side of the conversation. My heart lurched. I grabbed a towel, wiped my face in 2 frantic swipes, and shoved the bathroom door open, stepping back into the main room with water still dripping down my neck. "Ben," I said sharper than I meant to. He was sitting exactly where I'd left him on the edge of the bed, eyes fixed on the TV. The cartoon characters on the screen were bouncing around and shouting at each other in high, cheerful voices. Emma was half lying beside him, kicking her feet in the air, absorbed. Ben turned his head toward me slowly, eyebrows pulling together. What he asked. Who were you talking to?" I asked. I could hear how strange it sounded even as I said it. He blinked. "I wasn't," he said. "I'm watching this." His voice was flat-tired, no trace of the softness I'd heard through the door. No sign of the secret tone kids get when they think they're talking to someone who understands them better than the adults do. The PTAC unit under the window rattled, then fell into a low hum. Somewhere in the hallway outside, a luggage cart squeaked past, wheels squealing. I stood there in the space between the bathroom and the bed's towel, hanging limp in my hand, water cooling on my skin, and told myself that pipes carry sound in weird ways in hotels, that kids talk to themselves, that my brain had lined up some random phrase with a memory I did not want to examine too closely. Out of the corner of my eye and the dark, glossy surface of the blank TV across from the second bed, I thought just for a heartbeat that I saw a gray shape standing a little too close to my son. I turned my head to look straight at it. There was nothing there but my own reflection warped by the curved glass. 4. Chaktutu. Zooming in. Sometime after 10, the room settled into that particular kind of hotel quiet that is never really quiet. Emma had fallen asleep, first collapsed sideways across one of the queen beds, one arm flung over her stuffed animal. Ben had held out longer eyes glued to the TV until his blinks got slower and slower. My wife finally clicked the remote, the room dropping into shadow as the screen went black. She pulled the covers up around both kids, kissed each forehead, then slid into the other bed with the slow, heavy movements of someone whose nerves were frayed down to threads. "Wake me if he has a nightmare," she murmured. "I will," I said. Within minutes, their breathing shifted, my wife's low and steady, Emma's soft little puffs, Ben's slightly congested snore from summer allergies. The PTAC unit under the window, which had been battling the heat all evening, clicked out of cooling mode and into a constant fan setting. The sound changed from a cyclical roar and silence to a smooth, unbroken rush of air. It was like a cheap ocean, endless and featureless. Outside, through the gap in the heavy curtains, I could see a slice of the parking lot. The pole lights cast pale cones onto the asphalt, making the parked cars look like toys. Across the way, the motel's red neon sign glowed, "Vacancy," the letters slightly out of alignment. From our angle, only ACY was fully visible, floating like a nonsensical word in the dark. I knew I should try to sleep. My body was exhausted, my shoulder throbbed, my back ached, my eyes felt gritty. But every time I imagined lying down and closing my eyes, my brain supplied the image it wanted to replay: the narrow gap behind the shed, the gray sleeve, my son's arm stretching away from me. So I did what I always do when I am trying not to think about something. I reached for my phone. The screen lit up my face with that cold, bluish glow that makes everyone look a little sick. The home screen picture, a generic shot of the kids at a park back home, made my chest tighten. I swiped past it, pulled up the photo app, and scrolled to the newest images. Even if I could not sleep, I told myself I could do something practical. I could document. I could look for details. I could prove to myself that this hadn't been some sleep-deprived hallucination. The thumbnails from the day lined up in a neat grid, blurry shots of the interstate from a gas station, the kids making faces over sandwiches in the car, the first pictures from the midway at Fun Junction. I tapped one of the bigger ones. In the photo, the park almost looked like a place we might have planned to go on purpose. The camera had flattering lies to tell. Ben and Emma were in the foreground mid-motion. He was mid-step, 1 foot, lifted, her hair flying as she ran. Their wristbands flashed like little badges of belonging. They were both smiling, caught in that fracturing second between complaint and delight. Behind them, the midway stretched out all angles and lines. The late afternoon sun hung low, bleaching the sky to a pale, hazy gold. That light poured down over everything, softening the rust, making the chipped paint look almost charming instead of just tired. Long shadows from the stalls fell across the concrete parallel lines, broken by the legs of trash cans and the feet of passersby. To the left side of the frame, I could see the basketball game with its oval rims, the warped backboards throwing back the sun in dull smears. To the right, a row of prize shelves sagged under the weight of stuffed animals' bears, with flattened fur neon snakes coiled in lazy loops, cartoon frogs, whose eyes had faded nearly white. A banner hung between 2 kiosks, farther back its edges curled. The printed words were too small to read in the phone-sized version, but the design was familiar after a day of staring at similar things: fireworks, generic happy families, a date from some long-past summer event. In the background, a couple of other families walked through the frame. A girl in a bright yellow tank top holding a balloon. A man in cargo shorts pushing a stroller. They were half-turned from the camera mid-conversation, oblivious to the moment my finger had frozen them in. At first glance, it was just a busy snapshot of a shabby park on a hot day. I pinched the screen, zooming in a little on the kids' faces. Even blurred slightly by movement, I could see the shape of their eyes, the curve of their mouths, the way Ben's eyebrows always lift a little on one side when he's trying not to show he's having fun. My chest hurt. I dragged 2 fingers wider, letting the background fill more of the screen. The kiosks swelled the banner's letters, breaking into visible pixels. Summer Fun Days, the date underneath a couple of years old. The concrete texture resolved into clearer patches of gum oil stains, old drink spills. I wasn't even sure what exactly I was looking for. Maybe some clue, a visible arm, a familiar hat, some detail that would let me tell myself, see, there he is, you didn't imagine him. On the left half of the frame, between 2 closed game booths, there was a darker slice. I remembered it vaguely from when I'd taken the picture, a small shadowed gap where the floodlights didn't quite reach, where 2 stalls didn't meet cleanly. As I zoomed in, that patch grew. The image started to break up a little, as phone photos do when you push them past what they want to show you. Edges went softer. Colors turned into patches instead of gradients. But the shapes were still there. Outlines, lines. At first, I thought it was just glare, my eyes trying to carve meaning out of random noise. A smudge here, a darker smudge there. The brain is a pattern machine. It finds faces in clouds, monsters in piles of clothes on chairs. But as I pinched and dragged, the smudges settled into something that was not random. In the gap between the 2 kiosks, where I had remembered only emptiness, there was the silhouette of a person. He was partially obscured by the edge of one booth, so I could not see his whole body. But the curve of a shoulder was unmistakable, sloping down under a short sleeve. The sleeve itself was a plain block of gray. Not bright, not patterned, just that utilitarian nothing color. Below that, the faint suggestion of an arm hung at his side, the hand indistinct, but there. Above, a neck rose into the shadow of a head. The brim of a cap cut a clean line across the upper part of his face, dipping slightly in the middle. He was standing just inside the shade, as if the light had drawn a hard edge he refused to step beyond. The pixels were visible now, tiny squares making up the whole. Around the edges of his form, they jittered between shades of gray and muddy brown, trying to approximate shape where there was not enough information. Noise crept in as little colored flecks, greens and purples the eye ignores at normal zoom, now shouting their presence. But the outline of him held stubbornly. I dragged the image a fraction to the left, centering that gap, and zoomed in further. The screen responded with a laggy rubber band motion, then snapped the image into its new size. It was grainy as hell at that magnification. The lines of the booths on either side were no longer smooth. They stepped down in jagged chunks. The banner overhead became a strip of colored static. The man in gray, though, stayed more or less coherent within that noise. His torso leaned very slightly forward, just enough that you could read his posture as attention. His shoulders were not relaxed. They were angled not toward the rides, not toward the flow of people, but toward the foreground, toward the camera. I couldn't make out eyes. The shadow from the cap brim cut deep across the upper half of his face, turning it into a dark band. Where his cheeks and jaw should have been, the phone had given me nothing but smears. The autofocus in that fraction of a second, when it had chosen what to sharpen, had gone for the moving kids and left whatever lurked in the shadow as an afterthought. It was like the camera itself had refused to see him clearly. Even so, there was no mistaking the orientation of his head. The tilt of it wasn't toward Ben and Emma, who were off to the side in the original frame. It wasn't angled toward another stall or the snack bar or the sky. He was lined up with the lens. A small cold feeling spread through my chest, as if the air in the room had dropped 10 degrees despite the humming unit under the window. I told myself it was a trick of perspective, that he'd been looking at something just behind me. A sign, another person, the sun. Anything but the glass rectangle in my hand. I held my breath without meaning to, thumb frozen on the edge of the screen. The room around me faded, the vacancy sign outside and the patterned carpet and the sleeping forms in the other bed, shrinking to the edge of my awareness. I zoomed in the last little bit the app would allow. The man's upper body filled most of the screen, now more blur than detail. The pixels were struggling blocks of gray and shadow fighting each other. It was barely an image, more a suggestion of one. I stared at that dark band where his face should be my heartbeat, a dull thud in my ears. For a moment, nothing happened. And then the image glitched. It was tiny. If I hadn't been looking straight at him, I might have missed it. The screen flickered just once, an almost imperceptible dimming and brightening like the briefest blink. The kind of hiccup you might get if a picture was still loading over a bad connection. Except this wasn't streaming from anywhere. It was saved on my phone in my hand. In that blink, in that fraction of a second, when the pixels seemed to rearrange themselves, the position of his head changed. Not much, not a jump cut. Just a slight shift, as if he had inclined his chin a few degrees. Before, his head had been angled out toward the midway eyes, if I could have seen them, presumably taking in the scene. After the flicker, the sense of his gaze was different. The orientation of his shoulders hadn't moved. The edges of the kiosks, the banner, the strips of shadow and light around him stayed exactly where they had been. Only that dark oval where his face should have been seemed to subtly reorient, not toward my kids, toward me. The perspective no longer suggested a man caught incidentally in the frame watching the world around him. It suggested a man aware of being watched through glass, a man turning his attention fraction by fraction toward the person on the other side of the lens. My thumb spasmed. The phone slipped a little in my grip, the angle tilting. The image slid across the screen, breaking the spell. When I dragged it back into place, his outline was the same as the original, at least as far as my rattled brain could tell. maybe it had never moved. Maybe I was chasing ghosts in the jumpy boundary between pixels and perception. I sat there for a long time, the phone growing hot in my hand, the fan hissing steadily, the neon vacancy sign pulsing its red glow on the ceiling. On the bed, Ben shifted in his sleep, letting out a small sound that might have been a word and might have been nothing. I locked the phone without thinking and set it face down on the nightstand screen toward the cheap lamp. For the first time since we'd left the park, I felt something worse than fear. I felt watched. Forb 3, deleting evidence. I do not know how long I sat there with the phone face down on the nightstand. Long enough for the skin on the back of my neck to cool, for my heart rate to crawl back from a full sprint to something like a jog. Long enough for the fan under the window to fade from roaring in my ear to just part of the room. But the photo did not leave my head, the gray block where a face should have been. The feeling more than anything you could point at, that he had not been looking at my kids at all, that he had been looking at me. I reached for the phone again before I could talk myself out of it. The screen sprang to life with a tap, lighting up the cheap wood veneer of the nightstand. Part of me, the same part that makes lists, that keeps receipts, that knows you're supposed to hang on to documentation, just in case, wanted to save that picture. Text it to my wife's phone. Email it to myself. Send it to the park manager, to some anonymous tip line, to the sheriff's office of whatever county Fun Junction technically sat in. Look, I could say. Look, I'm not crazy. He was there. He was real. Another part of me, older, more animal, did not want that man's outline living a single second longer in my pocket than it had to. I could imagine myself back home weeks later, standing at the kitchen counter at midnight, with the lights off and the fridge humming. I could see my hand unlocking the phone out of habit. The Photos app opening automatically, that thumbnail popping up small and innocent looking, just begging to be tapped. I did not want to be in my own house, in my own kitchen, staring into that smudged non-face again, with the feeling that it was finally staring back. I opened the photo. It was the same image as before. Same grain, same pixels, same impossible posture. The more I looked at it, the less it felt like an accident of light. All right, I muttered under my breath, as if talking to the phone would make any difference. Let's see what you are. I tapped the edit button. The little slider tools appeared along the bottom, exposure, contrast, highlights, shadows. Generic icons that promised control. I nudged the brightness up just a little. The whole image washed lighter. The kids in the foreground, reduced now to blurred blobs of color, brightened. The concrete picked up detail. The edges of the kiosks sharpened. The gray shape in the gap did not clarify. If anything, the band where his face was supposed to be got harsher. The transition between shadow and skin turned into a muddy smear, like something had been aggressively rubbed out with a thumb. I pushed the contrast up. Colors elsewhere popped. The red of a banner deepened the blues and greens of the faded paint separated from each other. The silhouette of the man gained harder edges, a clearer shoulder, a more defined brim of the cap. But the small area under that brim seemed to resist turning into a block of noise. Blocks of gray and black and brown fought each other, like the phone was trying to render a face and failing on purpose. I tried shadows next, dragging the slider toward the positive, then the negative. Each adjustment changed the rest of the frame in predictable ways. Dark corners brightened, then dropped into black. The gap where he stood oscillated between empty darkness and too much detail, but whatever lived between those extremes stayed slippery. It was like trying to tune a radio to a station that doesn't want to come in. You get fragments of sound music, voice static, but never enough to make out the song. The more I fiddled, the worse it got. His head stopped being even an implied shape and became something else: streaks, smudges, the digital equivalent of fingerprints over a lens. My thumb hovered over the revert button. "Why am I doing this?" I whispered. I thought again of the practical arguments: evidence, proof, accountability, and then uninvited another thought slid in sideways. You saw what the park did with their cameras. You saw the no signal. You saw how fast the manager moved to make it a form and a shrug. What's one more blurry picture going to change? The PTAC unit under the window chugged along as I argued with myself, its fan set to a constant speed. Then, without warning, the compressor shut off. The change in sound was small, but it hit me the way changes in sound always had since that day. Like the room had just taken a breath and held it. The low mechanical rumble faded, leaving only the whir of the fan blades. For 3 or 4 seconds, it felt like even that dropped back a notch, the airflow thinning. The gap between noises became too noticeable, too thick. In that brief hush, I heard footsteps. Soft ones. Carpet muffled them, but the weight was unmistakable. They came down the hallway outside our room in a slow, measured rhythm. Not the erratic slap of kids running, not the heavier drag of a rolling suitcase. Just steps, counting down. Thump, thump, thump. They stopped just outside our door. The hair on my arms prickled. I held my breath phone balanced on my fingertips. The smoke detector on our ceiling let out a tiny dry click, the sound its plastic housing made as it expanded or cooled. It was a noise I would normally never have registered, but in that narrow band of quiet, it came across as loud as a knuckle on wood. I waited for the knock. None came. Instead, there was nothing, just that held breath silence. I set the phone down carefully on the bed and crossed the room in 3 strides, careful not to bump the furniture. My bare feet sank into the patterned carpet. I felt the give and squeak of the padding under my toes. At the door, I hesitated for a half second, then leaned in and put my eye to the peephole. The hallway beyond the fisheye distortion was empty. Just the bland beige of the walls, the patterned runner stretching away under a line of identical doors, each with its little numbered plaque. The fluorescent tube in the ceiling fixture hummed quietly, the light shimmering imperceptibly, that almost strobe shimmer you only notice when you stare too hard. No kids, no man, no shadows that did not belong. I stayed there longer than made sense, eye pressed to the peephole until it started to ache, until the ring of rubber dug into my skin. The hallway remained stubbornly mundane. Eventually, the compressor in the PTAC unit kicked back on with a low, familiar thump, the airflow in the room returning to its usual rush. That sound shoved the rest of the world back into motion. I stepped away from the door, feeling ridiculous and not at all better. Back at the bed, the phone lay exactly where I'd left it, screen still showing the overworked, over-edited image. The little sliders waited patiently at their new positions. I stared at the gray smudge in the gap one more time. "No," I said aloud to myself, to the phone, to the day. "I don't need you in my house." My thumb moved almost on its own. I tapped cancel instead of done, erasing all the tweaks I'd made. The photo snapped back to its original state, less noisy, more distant, no less wrong. Then I hit the trash can icon. A prompt slid up from the bottom: delete photo. This photo will be moved to recently deleted for 30 days. "Yes," I whispered and tapped delete. The image slid away, replaced by the grid of thumbnails. For a moment, its little square sat there translucent, with a tiny trash can icon in the corner. Then it vanished, leaving a gap that the remaining photos dutifully filled. It wasn't enough. My thumb jumped to the album list, scrolled down to recently deleted, and opened it. All the Fun Junction shots were there. Ben and Emma on the midway, the rides in the distance, the blurry picture of the entrance arch, a close-up of a sun-faded sign. Each had a little clock overlay icon, a countdown to the day my phone would erase them on its own. I did not want them lingering quietly, waiting for some future version of me to stumble across them when I least expected it. Select, select, select. The interface gave me a new option, delete all. This cannot be undone, it warned. This action will permanently delete these items. Good, I thought, and tapped it. The thumbnails winked out of existence. The album screen emptied. No photos, no gray smudges. No kids running through that place as if it had ever deserved them. The room felt minutely lighter, like I had opened a window in a house that had been sealed up for too long, even though the only air moving came from the wheezing unit under the window. I exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding and locked the phone. The screen went black. For one heartbeat, the dark rectangle lay inert in my hand. Then, without me touching it, it woke up again. The lock screen flashed, then dissolved as if I'd swiped it, even though my thumb was nowhere near the sensor. The Photos app opened itself, sliding into view with the familiar animation. My stomach went cold. On the screen where the grid of albums usually sat, a new panel had appeared at the top, a little auto-generated box with rounded corners, the word Memories in soft, friendly text. Underneath it, a thumbnail. It was small and slightly blurred by design, the way the app sometimes smudges detail to make a collage look more dreamy. But I recognized the arrangement of shapes instantly. The faint line of the midway, the stalls, a splash of my son's blue shirt, and in the background, between two kiosks, that dark vertical slice of a figure in gray. Underneath the thumbnail in cheery letters, the app had gifted it a title, Fun Junction, a day with family. For a split second, it hovered there, offering me a button to relive this day. My thumb twitched, not toward the screen, but away from it, as if the glass had gone hot. The phone screen blinked. The little Memories panel disappeared. The albums dropped back into their usual places, the recently deleted folder now truly empty. There was no sign of the memorialized day. No Fun Junction. No new auto-created video. Nothing. If I hadn't been staring straight at it, I could have convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing. A tired brain misreading some other thumbnail. A ghost of an older memory resurfacing. I locked the phone again, this time more forcefully, and set it down face down so hard the lamp rattled. It's just software, I told myself under my breath. Just a glitch. Just the phone trying to be helpful with whatever's left in its cache. I did not completely believe it, because for one brief, flickering moment it had felt less like the phone was trying to help me remember, and more like something inside it was trying very hard not to be forgotten. 5.1. Trying to move on, life did what life always does after something that should have broken it in half. It smoothed over. At least that is what it looked like from the outside. We drove the rest of the way to Florida the next day, but we did not stop off the highway for anything that did not have a corporate logo and visible security cameras. The kids played in the surf, built sandcastles, ate ice cream that melted down their wrists. We took pictures in front of the water and a pier restaurant. If you looked at those photos alone, you would think it had been a perfectly normal family vacation. Then we drove home. I went back to my job in downtown Columbus, to a cubicle on the 9th floor with gray fabric walls and a monitor that always needed just a little tap on the side when it flickered. The office smelled like burned coffee and printer toner the way it always had. The break room Keurig spat out the same lukewarm brown almost coffee. The view from the window over the parking garage was the same slice of skyline, a few church steeples, a glass building that caught the morning sun. If you had asked my co-workers, they would have said I seemed a little tired for a couple of weeks, but otherwise fine. I laughed in the right places. I filled out claims. I updated spreadsheets. I answered emails with my last message like nothing had changed. But things had shifted one click at a time into a new alignment. On the highway, for one thing, I stopped letting my mind drift. Where I used to fall into a kind of autopilot, cruising down I-70 or I-71 with the radio on, and my thoughts elsewhere, I started watching every sign. In my peripheral vision, anything that even looked like an amusement park billboard, bright colors, kids, sunbursts, made me feel like someone had poured cold water down my back. I began to avoid certain exits, even if they were technically the faster way home. If we were driving and I saw a sign that said family fun or water park or anything with a cartoon roller coaster on it, I pretended I needed gas at the next one instead. My hands would sweat on the wheel until the billboard was behind us and out of sight. Around the kids, I found new habits I did not like seeing in myself. At home in the yard, I caught myself snapping at Ben if he drifted too close to the property line, even though our neighborhood was as quiet as any in Columbus. At the grocery store, I kept a hand on his shoulder or the strap of his backpack the whole time, walking so close behind him that we moved like a badly coordinated three-legged race. In the mall, where I used to let him and Emma walk a few paces ahead as long as I could see them, I shortened that invisible leash. Stay right here, I'd say, even when right here meant my hand literally resting on the back of his shirt. I winked and framed it as a game. You're my shopping buddy, okay? But I think he knew it was not really a game. He changed too. The first time I noticed it was at a restaurant in town. We were halfway through our burgers when he slid out of the booth and announced that he had to pee like he always used to. I started to nod toward the restrooms, but he stopped himself, hand gripping the edge of the table. Can you come with me? He asked, not making eye contact. You're old enough to go on your own, my wife said out of habit. He swallowed. His shoulders crept up almost imperceptibly. I just don't want to, he said. We both went that time pretending it was because we needed to wash our hands too. After that, it stopped being a one-off. At home, down the hall, where he knew every shadow, he'd call out for me to stand in the doorway while he brushed his teeth or used the bathroom. In public places, he clung. If I suggested he go ahead to the men's room while I finished paying, he would suddenly not need to anymore. At night, the changes were smaller and sharper. The first week back, I woke up around 3 in the morning and heard him talking in his sleep. At first, I thought he was just dreaming about school. There were mumbled mentions of classmates of a teacher's name. Then, in a thread of sound that carried more clearly, he said, I told him I can't go anymore, and his voice cracked like he was trying not to cry. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, listening to the rush of the HVAC through the vents and the soft clicks of the house settling. I did not go in and wake him. I did not know what to say if I did. It was not just him. I started having these little spikes of physical reaction in places that had always felt safe. Those public announcement voices that float over store aisles, the ones I used to tune out, completely suddenly hit like bullets. One Saturday, we were at Target. It was as ordinary as it gets, red carts squeaking, the smell of popcorn and laundry detergent in the air, that generic pop music playing just loud enough to feel inescapable, but not loud enough to be interesting. The blip, blip, blip of scanners at the checkout traveled faintly across the space. Somewhere a kid cried for a toy and was told no. Ben was holding onto the cart handle with me, Emma walking alongside my wife, chattering about some glittery notebook she'd seen. We were in the seasonal section, eyeing school supplies when the PA crackled. The music dipped down automatically. The speaker over our heads hissed once. A calm female voice said, "Attention target guests. If you have a little boy named Jason, please come to guest services at the front of the store. Jason, please stay where you are and wait for your parents." It was not my son's name, not his age, not the same situation. Lost kids in stores are a thing that happens 100 times a day without turning into something else. My stomach still flipped like someone had unhooked it. The echo of the voice bounced off the high ceiling, slightly delayed, turning the words into a blur. "Little boy, come to guest services. Stay where you are." Underneath it, the scanner beeps kept chirping, the cartwheels kept squeaking, the pop song about falling in love with someone on a Friday night kept playing. The normalcy of it all made me feel faintly sick. For a second, the air seemed to thin. I had to put a hand on the end cap of the aisle just to steady myself. "You okay?" my wife asked quietly, noticing. "Yeah," I lied. "Just hot in here." It wasn't particularly. The AC hummed along, doing its job. We moved on. I told myself to breathe, to stop being ridiculous, to stop hearing every little boy announcement, like a personal attack. In the toy section, the noise of plastic intensified the squeak of items being handled. The small clatter of things knocked off hooks and put back the crinkling of packaging. Kids' voices spiked higher there, arguing over which action figure was cooler, begging their parents with a practiced whine. Ben's hand had relaxed a little. He was looking at Lego sets, his eyes tracking the pictures on the boxes with the old absorption. I started to feel something loosen in my chest. Maybe this aisle, the safe cliché of it, could be neutral ground. I was scanning the price tags, doing the quiet mental math of maybe for his birthday versus not a chance, when a color caught my eye through the gap between two shelves on the end. Gray. It was nothing I told myself. A shirt on a rack, packaging, a mop handle. But my eyes had learned to snap to that shade, now the exact non-color of 1,000 cheap t-shirts. My head turned before I could stop it. 2 aisles over at the very end, someone stood with their back to us. He was wearing a gray t-shirt and a cap. From this angle, I could not see his face, only the line of his shoulders and the way he held himself too still. His arms hung at his sides. He wasn't looking at toys or reading labels. He was looking up. His head was tilted back slightly, aimed at one of the black dome cameras mounted in the ceiling. The kind that makes it impossible to know exactly where the lens inside is pointing. He stood there for a long second, long enough that I felt each tick of my pulse in my throat, just staring at that mirrored bubble. Then he shifted. Not toward us. Not toward any particular product. He turned and walked out of the end of the aisle, left to right, disappearing from my limited line of sight. "Stay here," I said to Ben, my hand already leaving the cart. Dad, my wife started, but I was already moving. I took the shortcut between aisles, that diagonal everyone uses when they realize what they want is not where they thought it was. My shoes squeaked slightly on the polished floor. A cart rattled past the cross-section behind me, someone muttering an apology. The aisle where the gray shirt had been was empty when I stepped into it. Just rows of action figures hanging from pegs, each one identical behind its clear plastic front. The air smelled like plastic and cardboard dust. A lone soccer ball sat abandoned in the middle of the floor, its barcode sticker half peeled. No man in gray. No one at all, actually. The space was weirdly quiet. The noise from neighboring aisles washed down to a muffled murmur. I looked left, then right, scanning for any sign of a retreating back. The only movement was the slight, lazy spin of a display of keychains someone had brushed against. Overhead, The dome camera sat in its black plastic housing, reflecting the aisle back at itself in a warped fisheye. I stared up at it, half expecting to see a security guard's face peering out from behind the dark tint. All I saw was myself, me small and bulbous skull stretched by the curve of the dome neck, craned back mouth slightly open. The shelves bowed around me and the reflection merging at the top into a tunnel of toys. And behind my distorted reflection, just over one shoulder, I thought I saw another shape. Not well-defined, not sharp, just a darker smear within the already warped mirror. The kind of echo you get when glass reflects glass when images stack faintly. For a heartbeat, it looked like a second figure was standing just behind me in the funhouse curve of the camera. A taller shape, shoulders broader than mine head, dipped at a different angle. Gray on gray smudged into the background. I spun around so fast I almost knocked a Nerf gun off its hook. The aisle behind me was as empty as the one in front. Paper packaging, plastic, air. When I looked back up at the dome, my reflection was alone again. 5.2, Mr. Gray in the bedroom. It happened on a night that should have been boring. My wife was out. Depending on which version of the calendar you want to follow, she was either on a late shift at the hospital or grabbing a much-needed drink with a friend. Either way, she was not home. It was just me and the kids in our little rental, a 2-bedroom upstairs unit in a brick building off Livingston Avenue. It was a Thursday. I remember because the neighbors upstairs always did laundry on Thursdays, and the sound of their washer starting and stopping had become part of the soundtrack of our nights. I did the usual solo parent routine. Dinner was frozen pizza and carrot sticks to keep me from feeling like a completely terrible father. Emma complained about the crust, Ben picked off the pepperoni. We fought the small nightly war over toothbrushing and screen time. I read Emma 2 stories, one about a mermaid, one about a dog that gets lost and then magically finds home again, which felt a little too on the nose and then tucked her in. Ben claimed he was too old for stories, so I just sat on the edge of his bed for a minute, hand resting on his ankle through the blanket. "You good?" I asked. "Yeah," he said, staring at the glow-in-the-dark stars we'd stuck to his ceiling. "Can you leave the door cracked?" "Sure." The nightlight in his room was one of those LED things that plugs into the outlet and throws a soft, amber glow. It washed the corner where his bookshelf was, in a pale, warm triangle. The rest of the room was soft shadows. His dresser, the posters on the wall, the doorway. I backed out, leaving the door open about 6 inches, just enough for the light from the hallway to paint a thin line across the carpet. "Yell if you need anything," I said. He nodded without looking away from the ceiling. In the living room, the apartment settled into its version of quiet. The fridge in the kitchen clicked and hummed the compressor cycling on, then off. The wall clock above the TV ticked in a steady, soft way I'd stopped hearing years ago and had only started noticing again since the trip. Upstairs, the neighbors' footsteps went back and forth, soft thumps, pauses, the faint squeal of pipes when their shower kicked on. Out on the street, occasional cars hissed past on wet pavement tires, slicing through leftover drizzle. A distant siren wound up, then faded. I sank into the couch with the remote and my phone. The TV glowed blue for a second as it switched inputs, then settled on some forgettable show on Netflix, a home renovation, or crime documentary. I honestly could not tell you now. It was just moving images and noise to keep my brain from looping the same what-ifs. On my phone, I opened the app for the smart cameras. We hadn't had them before Florida. After Fun Junction, my wife ordered a 2-pack of smart cams the next afternoon, prime shipping, no discussion. One went over the front door, pointed at the little landing and the top of the stairs. The other went in Ben's room, mounted up in the corner near the ceiling, angled down to catch most of the space bed door window. It felt like overkill at first. Then very quickly, it didn't. I tapped the thumbnail for Ben's room. The live feed appeared a grainy, slightly fisheye view of my son curled up on his side, blankets half kicked off. The nightlight threw a wedge of honey-colored light across the floor. The rest of the room was washed in grayscale. In the corner of the screen, a little green icon pulsed to show the audio was on. I could hear the low whoosh of the central air through the vent, the faint rustle of sheets when he moved. I propped the phone up on the arm of the couch, the live feed in the bottom corner of my vision, and turned my attention to the show. People knocked down walls. People talked about open concept. It all blurred together. Sometime after 11, the upstairs neighbor's washing machine kicked off with a deep, resonant thunk that you could feel faintly in the floor. The fridge in our kitchen shut off its hum, glitching into silence for a second, before the ice maker made a small cracking pop. The apartment did that thing again, that subtle dropping out of background noise. Not a full hush, not this time, just a lowering of volume that made me suddenly aware of every breath in my chest. On the phone screen, Ben's shape shifted. He rolled onto his back, the sheets crinkling under him. His face turned slightly toward the wall. I heard him before I saw his lips move. "No," he said softly. His voice came through the phone speaker with that slight digital flatness, like it had lost a little air crossing the connection. "I don't want to go to the place with the broken lights again." My thumb was already moving toward the volume button, thinking, he's dreaming, he's just talking in his sleep. Kids do that. Of course he's dreaming about it. We talked about it too much in the car, but there was something odd about the sound. It wasn't just Ben's voice I heard. There was a second layer under it, a faint doubling like a poorly mixed track where an echo effect has been left on by accident. His words had a shadow, just a fraction of a beat behind the syllables smearing into each other. At first I thought it was a glitch in the app. Lag buffering, whatever they call it, when the audio and video aren't quite in sync. Then, in that barely there pocket between his words and the hiss of the vent, another voice murmured. "We can go somewhere else then," it said. It was low. Too low for a kid's voice, too steady to be random noise. It wasn't loud enough that I could pretend it had come from the TV. It sat right in the space where a whisper would live, close, intimate, meant for one person. My body reacted before my mind did. I was on my feet, the remote clattering to the floor. The phone nearly slipped out of my hand. Ben, I called, already moving down the hallway. The apartment shrank into a tunnel, the narrow space, the beige walls, the family pictures in cheap frames. My bare feet slapped softly on the laminate. The hall nightlight cast a small blue glow that made everything look underwater. Ben's door was still cracked, the same 6-inch gap of darkness and amber light. I pushed it open with my shoulder heart thudding so hard it made my vision stutter at the edges. The room was exactly as it should have been. The nightlight glowed in its corner, washing the bookcase and the lower half of the wall in warm gold. Shadows clung in the corners, sure, but the familiar shapes of dresser, desk, and toy bin were all where they belonged. Ben was curled on his side blanket, twisted around his legs now. His hair was messed up, one cheek pressed to the pillow. His mouth hung slightly open, a thin line of drool glistening on the fabric. His chest rose and fell in that deep, even way of real sleep. There was no one else. No tall shape in the corner. No man at the door or by the bed. The air smelled like kid shampoo, sweat crayons, not smoke or cologne. Ben, I whispered, just to be sure. He didn't move. I stepped fully into the room, the carpet soft under my toes. My heart was still going too fast. I stood there like an idiot listening. The vent in the ceiling whispered. The refrigerator in the kitchen hummed back to life, the sound drifting down the hall. The muted TV in the living room, which I'd left on, spilled out a faint, tinny voice. No whispers, no answers. I backed out slowly, pulling the door to the same familiar angle, and looked down at my phone. The live feed still showed what my eyes had just seen, a grainy, high-up view of a kid asleep floor door, nothing else. I hit the little icon to pull up the timeline, the scrub bar at the bottom, that lets you roll back in the recording if you've paid enough for the subscription. A blue line marked the last hour, a few little yellow ticks where the camera had flagged motion or sound. I dragged the bar back a couple of minutes, thumb careful. The recording rewound with a small blip, then resumed. I watched myself disappear from the doorway. The door angle returned to what it had been. Ben on his back turning, shifting the blanket, sliding. His lips moved. No, he said, the tiny speaker on my phone, reproducing it exactly as I remembered. I don't want to go to the place with the broken lights again. There was a hiss, a faint crackle, and then white noise. The audio cut out, completely dropping into a flat, featureless hiss that sounded like an old TV tuned to dead air. The video jittered for a second, a few frames lost, and then picked up again, with Ben already rolled onto his side deeper in sleep. I scrubbed back then forward, hunting for the gap where the other voice had been. Each time the same pattern, Ben's sentence, the hiss, the jump. Whatever the camera had captured of that second voice, the playback was refusing to cough it up. Some part of me, the part that had spent years dealing with corrupted files and misplaced claim photos, said glitch. Buffering. App bug. It happens. It's data, not a deliberate act. I didn't entirely buy it. On a hunch, I backed out of the live feed and opened the notifications tab. The app kept a log there, motion alerts, sound alerts, timestamps. Tiny thumbnails beside each one like souvenirs. There it was, about 10 minutes before I'd heard anything. Motion detected. Ben's room, 10:53 p.m. The thumbnail next to it was small, no bigger than a fingernail, but clear. Ben's bed, the door, the same framing as always. And near the door, just inside the frame, a shape. Not big, not sharp. A vertical dull patch of gray against the slightly lighter gray of the wall. It was right at adult height, right where someone would stand if they'd just stepped into the room and hesitated. I tapped the thumbnail. The app thought about it for a second. A little spinning circle appeared, the one that means, "Hold on, we're getting your clip." Then a message popped up over the screen, "File not available." This event cannot be played at this time. There was a button to retry and another to OK. I hit retry. Same spin, same error. My hand felt suddenly slick against the back of the phone. I scrolled up, checked older alerts. They worked fine. A clip from 2 days earlier showed Ben jumping on the bed when he was supposed to be getting dressed for school, the camera chime dinging as it caught him. Another from a week ago had captured me coming in to close the window during a storm hair plastered to my forehead. Only that one event, the one with the gray smear, refused to open. I enlarged the thumbnail again as far as the app allowed. The pixels fought me, but the suggestion held something the size of a man right there by my sleeping son's door, frozen in the act of doing nothing. It was like Fun Junction all over again. A ghost in the machinery. A shape caught at the edge of vision. Enough to know it existed, not enough to prove it. From down the hallway, the refrigerator's compressor shut off with a soft click. The apartment exhaled. I stood in my dark living room, my kids asleep in their rooms, my phone buzzing faintly in my hand, and understood more clearly than I ever had that what had followed us home from exit 189 did not need billboards, broken rides, or dead cameras to get close. All it needed were the places where the signal drops out. 5, 3. The voice on the intercom. It was supposed to be a reset day. The kids had been begging to go to the community pool for weeks, pointing at the flyer on the fridge every time we opened it. It was one of those city-run places, faded mural of dolphins on the outside wall chain-link fence around the deck snack bar that mostly sold nachos and ice pops. We'd been there plenty of times before Florida. It felt harmless in the way only over-chlorinated, over-supervised public spaces can. The Saturday we finally went was bright and too hot. The parking lot shimmered. The air smelled like sunscreen hot asphalt and the thick, sharp tang of chlorine drifting from the pool. Inside the gate, the sound hit first. Kids shrieked in a dozen different keys, splashing each other, cannonballing off the low edge. The lifeguards' whistles cut through periodically short, sharp blasts, followed by automatic shouts of "walk, please," and "no" diving in the shallow end. Pop music blared from speakers mounted on poles around the deck, some playlist of summer hits from 5 years ago. The bass line competing with the slap of wet feet on concrete. We spread our towels on a patch of cracked deck near the shallow end. My wife slathered sunscreen on Emma, who complained that it was cold even though the bottle had been sitting in the sun. Ben bounced on his heels, goggles already on his head, eyes on the water. "Can we go in now?" he asked. 2 minutes, I said. "We just got here." The loudspeaker overhead crackled. "Adult swim will begin in 10 minutes, a bored teenage voice announced. "Please plan accordingly." Just a normal pool day voice. Just a kid making minimum wage reading from a script. Still, the PA system made something tighten in my chest. I forced myself to smile at Ben. "Come on," I said. "Let's rinse off first. Hit the locker room." He hesitated for a fraction of a second. Restrooms, enclosed spaces, places with doors had not been his favorite thing lately, then nodded. He was trying in his own 8-year-old way to be brave. The men's locker room was cooler than outside, but only barely. The air felt wet, like breathing through a towel. The smell was a layered punch chlorine sweat mildew hiding in the corners, no matter how much they scrubbed. Tiles on the floor were cracked here and there, grout darkened by years of damp. The noise from the pool filtered in muffled screams turned to vague crowd roar whistles to distant shrill beeps. Inside the room, sound bounced strangely. Every cough, every laugh, every slap of bare feet against tile echoed back off the painted cinderblock walls and metal lockers. Ben padded along beside me, flip-flops flopping his damp towel over his shoulder. A couple of older guys stood near the sinks talking about something sports-related, their voices overlapping. Water from the showers hissed in the background, punctuated by the occasional squeak of a faucet handle. We found an empty stretch of bench near the back under a row of open lockers. I dropped our stuff dug in the bag for Ben's swim shirt. "Here," I said, handing it to him. "Put this on. Then we'll go rinse, and you can jump in." He pulled the shirt over his head without the usual complaints about it, feeling weird eyes flicking nervously toward the doorway that led back out to the pool deck. "You're right here, right?" he asked. "I'm not going anywhere," I said. That was when the intercom clicked. It was a small sound, but it cut through the room like someone had plucked a wire. A dry little pop and crackle from the speaker mounted high on the wall near the ceiling. A metal grill painted the same off-white as the rest of the room. I'd walked past it 100 times and never really noticed it. The conversation by the sinks faltered for a second, then resumed. I assumed we were about to hear the same teenage voice from outside, reminding us about Adult Swim or asking someone to move a car. Instead, a man's voice came through. "Ben," it said. Just that at first. His name hanging in the moist air. It was not the bored teen from the deck or the higher-pitched call of some kid messing around. It was deeper. Calm. The tone was controlled in that way that makes kids either relax or obey. Several heads turned, including mine. Ben froze halfway through, smoothing his shirt down his hands, still at his sides. "Your friend is waiting by the gate." The voice continued as if reading from a teleprompter only it could see. "Your dad said it's okay." The words echoed, bouncing off tile and metal. The phrase "your dad said it's okay" stretched a little, the last syllable blurring as the old speaker distorted it. One of the older guys near the sinks frowned and glanced up. "What the hell?" he muttered half to his friend. "Who's pulling that?" His buddy shrugged, baffled. "Must be one of the lifeguards goofing around," he said. "They're not supposed to use the locker room speakers." Someone else laughed nervously. A kid in swim trunks looked up from tying his shoe, confused. Beside me, Ben was rigid. His eyes were wide pupils, blown the way they get when a kid goes from fine to fight or flight in a heartbeat. The color had drained from his face. His lips moved, but no sound came out at first. I put a hand on his shoulder. It was like touching a statue. "Hey," I said, forcing my voice to be calm to compete with the echo still fading. "It's just a stupid joke, okay? Some guy messing around with the mic." He swallowed hard. When he finally got words out, they were a whisper that barely made it past his teeth. "That's him," he said. "That's Mr. Gray." The hair on my arms rose even in the humid air. "Ben," I said quietly, "are you sure?" He nodded, once jerky eyes still glued to the speaker on the wall. He said the same thing he breathed. "At the park. Your dad said it's okay." He sounds exactly the same. I wanted to argue. I wanted to tell him voices sound different through different speakers, that memory is unreliable, that fear makes everything sharper. Instead, I looked up at the grill. It was just a square of perforated metal, a little rust clinging to the edges of a few of the holes. A cobweb hung from one corner, stirring slightly in the faint circulation. No red light, no active indicator, just a dumb piece of hardware. The intercom did not make another sound. I hustled Ben out of there, half-dressed, ignoring the questioning glances from the other men. On the pool deck, everything was still bright and loud. My wife waved from the side, Emma already splashing in the shallow end with a foam noodle. "Everything okay?" she called. "Yeah." I lied again, the word getting easier and more poisonous every time. Just needed some air. We lasted another 20 minutes before I claimed a headache and suggested we head home. The kids grumbled, but they were tired enough that the promise of snacks and cartoons at home softened the blow. On the way out, I stopped at the front desk of the community center, where a woman in a polo shirt with the city logo sat guarding a clipboard and a register. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my voice casual, Is the intercom supposed to be on in the men's locker room? Someone was just making announcements in there." She frowned. "In the locker room," she repeated. "Huh. No, the only active speakers should be on the pool deck and out in the lobby. We had the locker room system shut off after some incidents a few summers ago. Kids playing jokes. So there's no mic that goes back there," I pressed. "No way for someone to, I don't know, patch through." She shook her head slowly, spinning a pen between her fingers. "Not unless somebody went into the electrical room and rewired something," she said. "And nobody's supposed to have access to that except maintenance." "Why? What did they say?" I opened my mouth and then closed it again. I did not feel like explaining why my son was now gripping my hand hard enough to hurt, or why the phrase "your dad said it's okay" made my skin crawl. Just sounded like a prank, I said. "Weird." She sighed. "Well, if you hear it again, let me know," she said. "I'll call the supervisor." As I turned to go, something on the wall behind her caught my eye. It was a flyer half covered by newer announcements about swim lessons and water aerobics. The paper had curled at the edges, corners held up by tired pushpins. In faded ink, a cartoon illustration showed a kid standing next to a stranger, a big red X over the scene. Child safety. The bold letters at the top read, "Never go with someone who says your parents already gave permission." Underneath the slogan in smaller print was a note about talking to children about tricky people instead of stranger danger. In the bottom corner, barely visible under the logo of the city recreation department, was another logo, older, nearly ghosted from the sun. It wasn't Fun Junction. It was another amusement park, entirely one I dimly recognized from commercials when I was younger. Different name, different colors. Same roller coaster silhouette in the background. Same smiling mascot waving at invisible kids. Same warning. Fun Junction's PA tape. The flyer in the park office. The Target announcement. Now this. The words followed me out through the glass doors and into the hot parking lot, buzzing in my head, louder than any lifeguard whistle. Never go with someone who says your parents already gave permission. I tightened my grip on Ben's hand. Somewhere overhead on a metal pole by the pool we were walking away from, a speaker sat silent, waiting for the next announcement that nobody would admit to making. 6.1, looking for patterns. There is a point where fear stops being a sudden spike and turns into a low, constant hum. When that happens, some people shut down. Others start digging. I wish I had been the first kind. It did not happen all at once. For a while, I tried to pretend things could slide back into place. Work, school, soccer practice, community pool. Normal life acting like a sedative over something coiled deeper. But after the pool intercom, something shifted. The pattern felt too specific to shrug off the wording the way the voice sounded, the way it threaded itself through different pieces of technology that had no business talking to each other. Fun Junction's PA, the hotel's auto-generated memory, the smart cam's missing clip, the community center's shut-off speaker crackling to life. The line about your parents already said it's okay kept coming back like a bad jingle. So one night after everyone else had gone to bed, I did what any anxious person with an internet connection does. I opened my laptop and typed myself into a hole. The house was quiet, except for the soft, intermittent sigh of the AC and the occasional car hissing by outside. The dishwasher had already run, leaving the kitchen smelling faintly of soap and damp ceramic. In the living room, I sat at the table instead of the couch, the glow of the screen painting a rectangle of light across the wood. At first, my searches were almost reasonable. Roadside amusement park abduction, I typed. Small family park, I-75 missing child. County fair attempted kidnapping staff member. Pages of results came up. News articles, old Reddit threads, parent forums with titles like PSA Never Let Your Kids Out of Sight at Carnivals. The stories blurred together. Child wandered off at a state fair found near the exit with a stranger who claimed to be an uncle. Teenager working the ticket booth at a traveling carnival fired after giving away bracelets, later arrested on unrelated charges. Rumors of white vans. Rumors of tunnels under fairgrounds. Rumors of kids lured with talk of special prizes. Most of it was noise. Sensational headlines with thin details. Urban legends retold as fact. Facebook posts filled with all-caps warnings and no sources. Then I started narrowing. Fun Junction amusement park complaint, I tried. A few hits popped up, not many. It was not exactly a famous place. Fun Junction Family Park, 2.3 stars, 18 Google reviews. I clicked. The page loaded slowly. A couple of low-res photos sat at the top. The entrance arch, a blurry shot of the Ferris wheel kids in swimsuits near a tiny splash pad. Then the reviews. Some were what you'd expect. Rides are cheap, but kids had fun, staff seemed tired. Food was overpriced, bathrooms gross, but lines were short. Then there were the ones that made my skin crawl. One star posted 3 summers ago, "Creepy staff, nobody seemed to be in charge." Half the rides looked like they were held together with duct tape. A guy in a gray t-shirt kept hanging around the bathroom area, didn't look like he worked there. When I asked the ticket girl if he was staff, she got weird and said, "Just keep your kids near you." We left early. Another a little older buried under the others. My son 7 was approached by a man in a gray shirt who told him there was a secret game behind the rides where you could win the good prizes. Luckily, my husband was right there and told him to back off. We told management, and they acted like it was no big deal. Don't think we'll be back. My mouse hovered over like and then moved away. These people had written their warnings into a void years before I ever pulled off that exit. I leaned back in my chair and rubbed my eyes, feeling the grain of my fingertips against my lids. In the hallway, the thermostat clicked. The AC cycled off for a moment, leaving a small vacuum of sound. The fridge in the kitchen chose that moment to stop humming too. The double drop made the house feel like it had been put under a bell jar. I went back to the search bar. Fun Junction accident, I typed. Fun Junction incident. Fun Junction arrest. More noise. A kid breaking an arm on the slide. A teenager busted for smoking weed behind the bumper cars. A lawsuit about a woman who tripped on a broken step and sprained her ankle. None of it was what I was looking for, even though I couldn't have told you exactly what that was. When the generic search didn't give me what I wanted, I got more specific, more desperate. Small family park off I-75, missing boy, 2014, small amusement park. Boy missing, roadside I-75 rest stop amusement park, child vanished. I added the year because Ben was 8 in 2021. 7 years felt like long enough for something to get buried, but not so long that the internet would have completely swallowed it. Most of what came back had nothing to do with parks at all. Amber alerts, police bulletins, stories about kids wandering away from campgrounds, from gas stations, from rest areas with playgrounds. Every thumbnail of a school photo, every "if you have information, call" made my stomach twist. I almost closed the laptop. Then one link caught my eye halfway down the page. It wasn't a national outlet or a big city paper, just the online archive of a local news station from somewhere in Kentucky or Tennessee, small market, grainy logo text that hadn't been updated to a modern template. Boy 6 still missing after disappearing near I-75, the headline read. The date stamp, August 2014. I clicked. The article was short. Local reporting resources, I guessed. According to the piece, a 6-year-old named Caleb had disappeared from a gas station parking lot just off an exit on I-75 while his family was traveling back from vacation. They'd stopped at a small family amusement park nearby earlier in the day, the kind that pops up in summer and then half shutters itself for the off-season. The station didn't name the park. It just described it as a modest roadside attraction with a handful of rides and games. There was a line about investigators looking into all possible leads. About halfway down there was a paragraph that made my eyes stop. Witnesses reported seeing the child speaking with an adult male in the parking lot shortly before he was reported missing. The man is described as white, late 30s to early 50s average height, wearing a gray t-shirt and a baseball cap. He was last seen walking toward a wooded area near the edge of the lot. Below that, there was a composite sketch. It was the usual kind of police sketch, more suggestion than portrait. The lines were a little stiff, the shading too neat. A man's face in three-quarter view, neutral expression, the curve of a brim casting shadow over his eyes. The hair where it showed at the sides was short. The jaw was unremarkable. 1,000 men at 1,000 gas stations could have fit that description. If I had seen that sketch a year earlier, I would have registered it as generic suspect and moved on. Now sitting at my dining room table at midnight, with the AC dead quiet and the fan above me ticking, I felt something inside me lock up. It wasn't that the sketch looked exactly like anyone I knew. I had never seen his face clearly enough to compare. It was that the blankness of it felt familiar. Gray t-shirt, baseball cap, late 30s to 50s. The description might as well have been lifted from the periphery of my memory. I scrolled to the bottom of the article, half expecting updates. Found safe. Body recovered. Suspect apprehended. There was nothing. Just a line about the sheriff's office asking anyone with information to come forward, followed by a list of contact numbers that probably no longer worked. My eyes flicked back up to the paragraph about the park. Small family amusement park off I-75, exit 189, I thought unbidden. I told myself there were dozens of little parks off that highway stretching from Michigan to Florida. That small family amusement park was a category, not a specific place. That the human brain is wired to see patterns where none exist, to thread coincidence into narrative. Still, my cursor hovered over the words. I highlighted adult male in the parking lot and reread it until the letters blurred. Behind me in the living room, the smoke detector let out one of those random, tiny, settling clicks. The fridge started up again with a low groan. The AC came back to life, air rushing through the vents, filling the house with its white noise. My wife shifted in the bedroom down the hall, the bed springs complaining softly. A car rolled past, outside tires, whispering on the asphalt, then faded. On the laptop screen, the sketch stared out its eyes, just dark smudges under the shade of the cap. Gray t-shirt, baseball cap, late 30s to 50s. I closed the tab, then I opened it again. My mouse drifted toward the little print icon before I caught myself. I didn't need that face or non-face on paper in my house, taped to a fridge or tucked into a drawer. I didn't need my kids finding it during some future scavenger hunt for scrap paper. From the bedroom, a small voice floated down the hallway, thick with sleep. I told him I can't go anymore, Ben mumbled. I sat there in the dim light, the glow of the laptop picking out the lines in my hands, and realized my fear had shifted into something else entirely. I was no longer just afraid of what had almost happened once. I was afraid of the possibility that whatever had reached for my son behind a shed in a dying park off exit 189 had been reaching out in different places for different kids for a long time. 6.2. The abandoned park. I knew better than to tell her where I was going. By then, every conversation about Fun Junction ended the same way, my wife's shoulders tensing, her eyes narrowing, her voice flattening into that tired, dangerous calm you get when you are one more obsession away from walking out. You have got to let this go, she'd said after the pool incident, and after she caught me staring at that old missing child article again. He's here. He's safe. We did what we could. We moved on. You're the one who keeps dragging it back into the house. I'm just trying to understand, I'd replied. Understand what? She shot back. That some creep tried something and you stopped him. Congratulations, you did your job. You don't need to turn it into a conspiracy. So when I told her I had to go out of town for a Saturday work, training a lie that tasted bitter as soon as I said it, I did not mention that my duffel bag stayed half empty and that there was only one place my mind was going. I left early that morning before the kids were fully awake. The sky over Columbus was a flat slate, the kind that could go either way, brighten into a decent day or collapse into rain. The highway south had that strange weekend feel, less commuter urgency, more long-haul trucks and families in minivans with bikes strapped to the back. The farther I drove, the more my body remembered the route. The curve where the trees thickened, the stretch with the billboard for the giant fireworks store, the exit with the gas station that had decent coffee. Familiar landmarks slid past, not quite triggering déjà vu, more like dread. When the Fun Junction billboard finally appeared, it startled me even though I'd been looking for it. Except it wasn't the same billboard anymore. The faded roller coaster and sun-faded kids were gone, replaced by a huge, mostly blank panel with ghost outlines where paint had been stripped away. You could still see the faint shadows of the old letters Junction Family. A half-circle sun, but someone had taken a roller of white and beige and tried to wash it all out. Underneath, in newer, sharper font, a smaller sign had been bolted on Available, Call for Lease, followed by a phone number. My hands tightened on the wheel. I took the exit anyway. The side road looked smaller than I remembered. Grass had grown tall along the shoulders, seeding out in narrow tufts. The little church with the broken sign still sat on the corner, but the missing letters had multiplied. Now the message board just read, "Ome o go, the rest fallen or blown away." A couple of the mobile homes had "For sale by owner" signs in the windows. When I turned the last corner and the park came into view, my breath caught. Fun Junction was dead. The arch over the entrance still stood, the fake wood posts leaning slightly in toward each other like they were tired. The Fun Junction Family Park sign was still bolted across the top, but the red neon tubing that had once flickered behind Fun was broken in several places. In the gray daylight, the whole thing looked less like an invitation and more like a grave marker. A plastic banner hung crookedly beneath it, attached with zip ties that had gone brittle and yellow. On it, in bold black letters, were the words, "Permanently closed." A smaller line under that read, "Thank you for many years of memories." The exclamation mark felt like an insult. The parking lot was emptier than any I'd ever seen. Not just no cars, no fresh tire marks, no oil stains. Grass had sprouted through the cracks in the asphalt, long blades reaching up between faded white lines. A couple of plastic bags had blown across and wrapped themselves around the base of the lot lights, fluttering lazily. I pulled in and cut the engine. The sudden absence of the car's mechanical noise made the quiet outside rush in. No music, no kids, no distant grinding of rides. Just the low moan of wind, the faint hiss of highway a ways off, and the dry buzz of insects in the overgrown edges. I sat for a full minute, fingers still curled around the steering wheel, watching the motionless silhouette of the Ferris wheel against the low clouds. It looked different without motion. When it had been running, its slow spin had given it a kind of weary friendliness, a familiar icon. Now it towered over the empty midway like a rusted eye, each car hanging crooked, some blue, some yellow, all of them faded. I got out of the car. The slam of the door sounded too loud. It bounced off the concession buildings, ricocheted off the metal of the rides, and then died. The main gate was chained shut, padlock red with rust. A paper sign had been taped to it at some point. "Dear guests, we regret." But the weather had done its work. The paper was curled and half-shredded, the ink bled into illegible gray streams. Someone had tried to write something underneath in Sharpie, then given up. If I had been a different kind of person, that chain would have been enough to turn me around. Instead, I followed the fence line. The chain link ran the length of the property, topped in some places with a half-hearted row of barbed wire. In others, the barbed wire had sagged or snapped coils hanging loose. There was a spot near the back where the ground sloped and the fence dipped with it, no longer the regulation height. It wouldn't have stopped a determined teenager. It definitely didn't stop me. I picked my way through a gap where the bottom of the chain link had pulled loose from its anchor. The metal scraped against my jeans. A bit of rust flaked off in my hand. Inside the perimeter, the air felt different, as if crossing that invisible boundary had changed the recipe. It smelled like old oil and wet wood, and something sour, the ghost of stale popcorn and spilled soda trapped in the concrete. The midway where we'd walked that day was still there, just drained of color. The game booths stood in a row, plywood fronts, warped paint peeling in long vertical strips. The ring toss stall's backboard had lost most of its bottles. The remaining ones lay crooked, some shattered glass glittering dull in the gravel. The basketball game's rims were empty nets torn away. The prize shelves were bare. A few deflated balloons clung stubbornly to staples in the beams. The snack bar window was shuttered. The menu board above it was warped from sun and rain, but the letters were still just legible enough. Corn dogs, $3.50. Lemonade, $2. ICE, $2.50. A chalkboard propped nearby advertised family fun combo in brightly faded handwriting. I peered through a crack in the shutter. Dust motes swam in the dimness inside. A couple of paper cups lay on the counter, tipped on their sides as if dropped in mid-service. The ice bin, once cold and sweating, was now dry and ringed with grime. Above me, one of the bug zappers hung crooked from its chain. It was dark, unplugged, the wires cut. A spider had claimed it, a web stretching from its metal bars to the overhang. Every step I took set the gravel crunching under my shoes. The sound seemed to carry farther than it should have, bouncing off the empty structures and back to me. It felt like someone else was walking parallel, a few yards off, matching my rhythm. I passed the carousel. The horses were frozen mid-gallop, their paint cracked along the curves of their necks. Patches of bare gray fiberglass showed where color had chipped away. The mirrors on the center column were spotted with black, reflecting the world back in diseased fragments. The Ferris wheel loomed closer as I moved toward the back of the park. Up close, it looked even worse. The cars rocked gently in the breeze, squeaking. Rust had bloomed along the supports, seeping down in reddish streaks, like something bleeding out of the joints. The chain and motor that once pulled it along were still teeth locked in a grimace. I kept going deeper, following the faint map that had lodged itself in my brain since that day. Past the kiddie rides. Past the funhouse closed for maintenance sign that had probably been there since long before we visited. Past a patch of cracked concrete where weeds had burst through like green veins. The closer I got to the back, the quieter it felt. It wasn't that the outside world disappeared. I could still hear faintly the rush of cars on the highway and a dog barking somewhere beyond the fence. But inside the boundary of the park, those sounds seemed filtered, as if I were standing inside a shell. The bathroom block emerged from behind a cluster of dead shrubs. The concrete building looked smaller in the daylight than it had in my memory. The men and women signs painted above their respective doors had faded to ghosts of themselves. The paint peeled in curls. The doors were shut now, metal kicking plates dented and scuffed. To one side, the porta-potties were gone. Only the rectangles of flattened grass and dirt remained where they'd sat. The plastic bushes they'd used as a fake privacy screen had toppled over in the last storm, their metal stands bent. A couple of them lay on their sides, leaves snapped and dirty. The maintenance shed was there too, hunched behind the restroom block like a shadow. Its metal walls were streaked with rust, especially along the seams where panels met. The side door with its staff-only stenciling was closed, a heavy padlock hanging from the hasp. The paint around the handle was worn away from years of hands. I walked slowly around the back of it. The gravel shifted under my weight, crunching. In some spots, someone maintenance maybe, or kids had kicked holes in the boundary fence. The chain link there bowed outward, bent in a way that suggested more than one person had squeezed through over time. The top edge was warped, a few wires broken entirely. I stopped in the place where the gap between the shed and the fence had been. The bushes were mostly gone now, only a couple of broken stands remained, their branches snapped. The space between the building and the fence was clearer than it had been. I could see straight through from one side to the other. No shadows deep enough to hide a person. I knew that did not mean much. On the back wall of the shed, near where the metal met the restrooms, something white fluttered. A piece of paper had been stapled there, at some point the corners tacked into the metal. Time and weather had not been kind. The top half was curled outward, the bottom edge torn, as if at some point the wind had almost succeeded in ripping it free. I stepped closer. The paper was soaked through in places where rain had seeped down the ink, bleeding into gray veins. Mold had nibbled at the edges, stippling the margins with little black dots. Still parts of the printed text were legible. Incident report. Internal use only. The top line read in that sterile corporate font you see on HR memos. Below that, in larger letters, subject, employee, conduct, guest, safety, concerns. Much of the paragraph underneath had melted into a watercolor of black and white, but certain words floated up out of the mess when I squinted. Guest complaint. Unauthorized contact with minor, reported near restroom chow service area. Follow up with county sheriff. Do not allow staff unsupervised contact. My throat went dry. Near the bottom where there should have been signatures, the page was torn. Not randomly. The rip ran in a clean arc, like someone had taken hold of the lower right corner and yanked with purpose. What remained showed the top halves of a couple of letters, the start of a name maybe, or a title, then nothing but jagged white fibers. It looked less like time had done the damage and more like intention had. Someone had come out here to the back of the shed, where no guests were supposed to wander, and stapled this up, believing it would stay unseen. Someone else had come later and made sure whatever name had been on the bottom was gone. 6.3. The room with the names, the shed door should have stayed shut. The staff-only door on the side was padlocked tight, that heavy rusted kind that looks like it's grown into the metal. I checked it anyway, fingers tracing the cold curve of it, tugging once even though I knew it would not give. It didn't. But farther along around the corner there was another door. Smaller, less official, half hidden behind a stack of broken plastic fencing and a dead shrub. It was one of those narrow service doors, the kind meant for employees carrying mops and buckets, not for guests. The paint, once white, had gone chalky and gray, peeling in long vertical strips. There was a hasp on it, and the remains of a lock, but the lock was hanging open, its shackle snapped clean through. The metal around the latch was bent, as if someone had forced it from the inside at some point, and then never bothered to fix it. I wrapped my hand around the handle and pulled. At first, nothing. The door stuck, the wood frame swelling from years of humidity. I put my shoulder into it, feeling the give of rotten wood and the resistance of something caught behind it. Then, with a soft cracking sound and a puff of stale air, it shifted. The door scraped open about 6 inches enough to send a thin blade of darkness out toward me. The smell that came with it was immediate and thick, damp wood, old paper, the sour trace of mold. Underneath that faint but unmistakable, there was another layer, stale cigarette smoke, the kind that sinks into fabric and never entirely leaves. I hesitated only long enough to pull my phone from my pocket and swipe on the flashlight. The beam cut through the black, revealing a strip of concrete floor and the edge of a folding chair leg. Dust motes danced in the light, disturbed by the door's movement. I squeezed inside. The temperature dropped a couple of degrees in that narrow space. The shed wasn't big, maybe 10 feet by 15, but the clutter made it feel smaller. My phone's light carved out a circle in front of me. The rest of the room stayed stubbornly in shadow. The first thing I saw was the cluster of folding chairs. They were leaned up against one wall, half open, their metal legs tangled. Rust bloomed along the hinges, where sweat and rain had dried over and over. A couple of them had seat cushions with the park logo peeling off the smiling cartoon sun now cracked down the middle. Next to them sat a dented metal toolbox lid, closed, one latch bent. A length of extension cord coiled on top of it like a dead snake. Above that, a laminated safety first poster was pinned, crookedly, edges curled. The cartoon characters on it wore hard hats and smiled while they read rules about checking harnesses and using buddy systems. The words felt obscene in here. Cardboard boxes were stacked haphazardly in the corners, some sagging where water had seeped in from the roof. Old prize stock, maybe. Marketing materials. Whatever wasn't important enough to take when the park closed, but too incriminating to leave in plain sight. My light caught on something propped against the far wall. A whiteboard. It was an old one, the kind with a metal frame and gray streaks, where marker ink has ghosted into the surface. One corner was chipped. A dried-out eraser sat on the floor beneath it, the foam crumbling. For a second, I thought it was blank. Then I moved closer. At the top, in block letters written with a thick black marker, someone had scrawled, "Lost Kids Incidents." The ink had bled, but the words were still readable. Underneath, a list. The handwriting changed from line to line, as if different people had added to it over time. Some entries had been wiped away badly, leaving a haze of letters. Others were sharper, newer. Emma, 2014, found near parking lot. Jaden, 2014, returned to parents. Girl, 2015, refused to give name, left with mom. Tanner, 2017, followed staff to stockroom, no incident. Maddie, 2019, reported missing, found at arcade. Some lines had little asterisks, some had slashes through them, notes like parent overreacting or kid hiding as joke scribbled in a different color. It read less like an official log and more like a scoreboard. My eyes skimmed down, following the years. There were gaps. No entries for some summers. No neat pattern of one per year. Just a handful of names clustered in a way that made time feel slippery. And at the bottom, in the lower right corner, there was something that wasn't a full entry. It was half there, half. Not as if someone had started writing and then thought better of it. In faint blue ink ballpoint, not marker, someone had written, Ben, 2021, did not. The rest trailed into a blotted mess. You could make out the groove of letters where the pen had pressed into the board, but the ink itself had been wiped away in a hasty swipe. DIDNOTCOMP, maybe, or something else. I leaned in until my nose almost brushed the board, my phone light reflecting back at me in the shiny surface. Ben. The three letters looked wrong there in that list of strangers' kids, but my brain recognized them before my eyes did. The neatness of the B, the slight hesitation in the E, as if the writer hadn't been sure if they should keep going. I felt the room tilt. My son's name was on a board in the back of a maintenance shed in a park that told me nothing had really happened. They had a category ready for him: lost kids, incidents. He was almost another line in a list that someone somewhere felt the need to keep. My stomach lurched. For a second, I had to fix my eyes on the nearest solid thing, the metal frame of the board, the chip in the lower corner, to keep from stepping back too fast and tripping over something behind me. Wind slipped through a crack somewhere in the wall, threading past my ears with a low, hollow sound. It made one of the folding chairs shudder, its legs scraping just enough against the floor to squeak. I hadn't moved. The tiny sound of metal on concrete felt loud in the enclosed space. The hair at the back of my neck prickled. I forced myself to take a slow breath. The air tasted like dust and old cigarette smoke, dry and stale. Okay, I whispered, though I wasn't sure who that was for. Okay. Part of me wanted to take a picture, raise the phone, capture the board, walk it into a sheriff's office and slam it down. See, I could say, see, they had a plan. They had a system. They wrote his name down. Another part of me, the same part that had deleted the Fun Junction photos in the hotel room, wanted to erase that blue scrawl myself. To smudge it until it was just another gray streak indistinguishable from the others. In the end, I did neither. My hand hovered inches away from the board, then dropped. I turned ready to get out of that cramped room, already rehearsing the lie I'd tell myself about why I had come. As I pivoted, my flashlight beam swung across the inside of the door. There, mounted at about shoulder height, was a row of hooks. Most were empty, the metal bare and dull. On the one closest to the hinge, a piece of fabric hung, a t-shirt, gray. It was the particular washed-out gray of something that had been worn and washed 100 times. The cotton sagged a little, the collar stretched. A ring of darker discoloration marked where a neck would have sweated against it. On the chest, the ghost of the park logo was barely visible, just the outline of the sun's rays, most of the color peeled or rubbed away. Pinned crookedly to the left side was a plastic name badge. The plastic had gone cloudy scratches, catching my light. The printed insert inside was water-warped. Most of the letters had bled into each other, a blur of ink. But at the far left, singular and clear, one letter remained readable. G, just that. G. My body reacted before my brain caught up. My grip on the phone slipped, the smooth case sliding out of my fingers. It hit the concrete with a clack, the flashlight snapping off as it tumbled. The shed plunged into darkness. For a heartbeat, it was just me, and the sound of the impact echoing around the little room, the memory of that gray shirt burned into my retinas. Then, over the residual ringing in my ears, I heard it. Breathing. Not mine. It was close. Too close. The steady, measured exhale of an adult standing just behind you in a line just inside your bubble. Not ragged, not monstrous, ordinary, patient. Warm air brushed the back of my neck, every muscle in my body locked. My own breath clamped down in my chest. The instinct to whirl around fought with the equally strong instinct to stay absolutely still. For 1, 2, 3 seconds, the breathing continued. In, out, in, out. The sound of someone existing in the same confined air. Then, as suddenly as if a finger had lifted off a pause button, it stopped. The silence that followed was so total, it roared. My hands were numb as I crouched blindly, fingers sweeping the rough floor until they knocked against my phone. The edge bit into my knuckles. I grabbed it, thumb fumbling for the side button. The flashlight flared back to life, a harsh cone in the black. The hook on the back of the door was there, holding the same gray shirt, its empty sleeves hanging limp. The name badge sat at the same crooked angle. The folding chairs leaned in their corner. The whiteboard with its list of names watched from the far wall. There was no one else in the room. No shadows that weren't attached to something. No figure standing behind me in the circle of light. Just the smell of old smoke, the ghost of breath still lingering in my throat, and the quiet knowledge that someone had once stood exactly where I was, and that for a moment in the dark, they might have again. 7-1. Writing it down. There is nothing remarkable about the room I am in right now. If you saw it in a photo with the blinds half closed and the lamp on, you would not think scene of a haunting. You would think cheap motel off the interstate, the kind where the ice machine rattles all night and the carpet never really gets clean, no matter how many times someone runs a vacuum over it. The heater, AC unit under the window groans every few minutes, switching between blowing air that is too warm and air that is not really anything at all. The bedspread has that loud geometric pattern you only ever see in places that charge by the night. The TV is bolted to the dresser and currently dark, the remote sitting untouched next to it. Outside the window, past the half-drawn blackout curtains, a red neon sign flashes the same word over and over: vacancy. From this angle, I only see ACY pulsing red on the stucco wall every couple of seconds. It leaks around the edges of the curtains and stains the room in a faint, sick color. The fridge in the corner cycles on humming and clicking, then shuts off, leaving the heater to fill the silence with its mechanical rush. On the little round table by the window, my laptop is open. The screen glows in the near dark, reflected faintly in the glass of the picture frame on the opposite wall. The email draft box takes up most of the screen. To the horror channel, you're probably listening to this on the one I used to play while I washed dishes. Subject blank for a second. Then, as I sit there with my fingers resting on the keys, the app does what it always does and tries to be helpful. A gray suggestion appears in the subject line, the kind you're supposed to be grateful for because it remembers what you might want. Fun junction. A day with family. The words sit there ghosted in the field, waiting for me to tap the right arrow and accept them. I have never in my life written that phrase. I never named an email that. Never saved a file with that title. The only place I have ever seen those words together was in a half-second glitch on my phone in the auto-generated memories box that appeared right after I deleted the pictures from the park. For a moment, my hands go completely numb. The heater kicks off with a clunk, leaving a small, hollow stillness in its wake. The fridge is between cycles. The hallway outside my door has gone quiet. Whoever was checking in 2 rooms down has finished banging their suitcase against every surface. The only sound left is the faint high whine of the laptop's fan and my own breathing. On the screen, the suggested subject flickers as if the cursor has almost erased it, then stabilizes again. Fun junction. A day with family. I click the subject box on purpose, if only to see what happens when I refuse what's being offered. The suggestion fades, leaving me with a blank line. I type story submission. Please keep me anonymous. It looks less clever now than it did in my head at home. Back in Columbus, when I first started drafting this idea in the kitchen, instead of actually writing it, the setting was different. No motel, no AC unit that smelled faintly like someone else's cigarettes and spilled beer. Just my own house. The familiar kitchen tile cool under my bare feet. The overhead light casting its yellow cone onto the table. The refrigerator ticking and humming, the heater kicking on and off the occasional car passing outside on our quiet street. My wife and kids asleep down the hall. I had opened my laptop then too. I had stared at the blank email. I had typed a few sentences, then backspaced over them until there was nothing left. I'd shut the laptop, stood there with the light off, and listened to the house breathe, while the words sat in my head and refused to move. What pushed me over finally was not the shed or the whiteboard, with the names or the gray shirt hanging on the hook. It was Target. It happened a couple of weeks ago. Not the first Target incident. The toy aisle with the camera dome came earlier, when we were still pretending it might be coincidence. This was different because of how unremarkable everything else around it was. We were there on a Sunday afternoon. The place was busy in that particular weekend way, couples arguing softly over which rug to buy, kids whining for snacks, someone's toddler losing their mind over a box of cereal with a cartoon on it. The overhead lights made everything feel a little too bright, a little too clean. My wife took Emma to look at clothes. I stayed with Ben in electronics, checking prices on headphones. It was noisy TVs, blaring samples of movies, demo game consoles, pinging and chiming, the PA occasionally chiming in with requests for a manager to call some extension. I was scrolling through some product reviews on my phone when my eyes prickled the way they do when somebody is staring at you from across a room. I looked up. At first, all I saw was crowd. Red shirts, carts, people weaving in and out of aisles. Then the crowd shifted. Between two displays in that brief second where people parted, I saw him. Gray t-shirt, cap, average height. Nothing remarkable if you saw him anywhere else. He was not looking at the TVs. He was not comparing prices on chargers. He was standing dead still in the main aisle, hands at his sides. Head turned slightly toward the back of electronics, toward us. The distance wasn't huge, maybe 20-25 feet. Close enough that if he'd raised a hand to wave, I would have seen the details of his fingers. He didn't wave. He just stood there, posture too careful in a sea of fidgeting bodies. The flow of people eddied around him without seeming to touch him. Our eyes didn't meet. They couldn't. I had never seen his eyes clearly enough to recognize them. But there was something in the line of his head, in the small tilt, that made my stomach drop. Dad, Ben said. He'd followed my gaze without being told. His hand had tightened on the edge of the cart, knuckles white. I looked down to make sure he was right next to me. When I looked back up, the moment had already shifted. Someone pushed a cart between us. A cluster of teenagers carrying energy drinks cut across my line of sight. A guy in a hoodie squeezed past me, muttering, "Sorry." By the time the view cleared, the spot where the man in gray had been standing was empty. Just end caps filled with clearance items. A cardboard display for phone cases. A woman checking her receipt. I walked to the end of the aisle anyway, heart pounding, dragging the cart with me. I craned my neck, scanning over heads, searching for a gray shirt in a sea of colors. Nothing. Maybe he'd turned down another aisle. Maybe he never existed. Maybe I had finally crossed some internal line where stress and fear fold into hallucination. I don't know. What I do know is that Ben would not let go of my sleeve for the rest of the trip. When we got back to the car, he climbed in without a word, and when I buckled my seatbelt, he said very quietly he was here. I didn't ask who he meant. All of that is to say, something has followed us, or I have carried it, or both. And now I am sitting in a motel 2 states away because my job sent me to a 2-day conference in a business park off the interstate. And the minute I stepped into this room and heard the AC unit hush, the same way the one in Florida did, I knew I was out of excuses. I cannot prove any of this. On paper, nothing technically happened. That line has become a kind of sick mantra in my head. Nobody died. No one was reported missing the day we were at Fun Junction. There are no charges, no reports with my name on them. The park is closed now. Their website returns a 404 not found error. The Google listing says permanently closed with a little gray banner over it. The photos I took are gone, deleted from my phone, wiped from recently deleted, erased from the cloud. The only trace of them was that glitching memory that tried to resurrect itself with a cheerful title, like it was putting together a slideshow of a vacation I never want to remember. The smart cam clip of the gray shape in my son's bedroom never loads. The intercom that called for him at the community pool supposedly doesn't even work. The whiteboard in the shed with the list of lost kids. Incidence is probably being eaten away further by every humid day that passes. If I walk into a police station and tell them a story about a man in a gray shirt who I think has been standing in peripheral visions and faulty speakers for years, they will smile tight and patient and ask me if I've been sleeping. so I am sending this to you. The horror channel whose videos I use to let run in the background while I clean the kitchen. The one where anonymous people send in their stories, and someone reads them in a calm, measured voice over stock footage of highways and forests and empty playgrounds. The place where this probably didn't really happen is part of the contract between teller and listener. I am not sending it to the cops. I am sending it to the place that already treats life like a collection of stories, because that's what this feels like most days. Less like an incident report, and more like something that crawled off a script and decided to stand in the corners of my real life. Maybe you'll read it. Maybe you won't. Maybe someone listening will recognize a detail and write in and say, "We had a gray shirt man at our park too," and this will turn into something larger than the inside of my head. Or maybe it will just sit in your inbox, another account of a close call with no proof, no names, no neat resolution. Something to be filed under possible fiction and forgotten. But tonight in this room, with its humming AC and its red vacancy reflection, on the wall with the subject line of this email trying to call itself Fun Junction, a day with family. Like the story is co-writing its own heading, I feel like I am not the only one participating in the telling. Something else has been filling in the blanks for a long time. This is just the first time I've tried to write faster than it does. 7.2. The last viewing. By the time I finish typing out the part about the shed and the shirt on the hook, my eyes feel like they have sand in them. The cursor blinks at the end of the sentence, patient and pitiless. I read the last paragraph again, fingers hovering over the keys, and feel that familiar sliding sensation in my gut, like I have just tipped too far back in a chair and have not hit the floor yet. The kitchen is dim, except for the glow from the laptop and the small lamp over the stove. We are home now, not in a motel. The conference that pushed me to finally start this email ended days ago. I brought the draft back with me, tucked into the same bag as my dirty shirts. It felt wrong to leave it in a hotel Wi-Fi's outbox. The overhead light is off, just that warmer lower pool of yellow from the stove lamp. The clock on the microwave reads 11:42 p.m. The fridge hums, then clicks off, letting the heater's low whoosh through the vents take over the background. Outside the kitchen window, our quiet street is a black ribbon only cut by the occasional passing car. I tell myself I will stop here for tonight. Close the laptop. Finish the email tomorrow. There's only so much you can bend your brain around this kind of thing in one sitting before something snaps. I reach for my mug. The coffee in it has gone cold and bitter. I take a sip anyway. Behind me, the stairs creak. I turn in my chair just as Ben appears in the doorway. He is taller now. His hair hangs in his face until he pushes it back with the heel of his hand. The sleeves of his t-shirt are too short, caught in that awkward in-between stage where everything he owns is a little wrong. His voice has started to deepen around the edges, occasionally cracking like a bad punchline. "Sorry," he says, noticing me. "Didn't know you were still up." "It's okay," I say. "You thirsty?" He nods and moves past me to the cabinet, grabbing a glass. The faucet runs water splashing, echoing softly in the quiet house. He leans against the counter, taking a long drink, the fridge light spilling out pale blue when he opens it to look for something, and then changes his mind. The laptop screen glows over my shoulder. I angle it down a little, not because I'm hiding it, but because I don't know how to explain it in one sentence. He sets the glass down with a small clink and glances at the screen anyway. "You writing an email?" he asks. "Yeah," I say. "Kind of. About him," he says. The way he avoids saying the name makes my skin prickle. "Yeah," I admit. About him, and the park, and everything after. Ben looks at the table at the laptop and then at me. "Are you still thinking about that guy?" he asks. His tone is casual, but his fingers tap once against the glass, betraying him. I could lie. I could say, "Not really." I could say, "Not as much." I could tell him that writing it down is my way of putting it away. Instead, I tell the closest thing to the truth. "Yeah," I say. "I am. Not every minute, but enough." He nods like he expected that. "I am too," he says quietly. The heater kicks off, leaving a little gap in the sound where his words hang. The fridge hasn't started up yet. The house seems to lean in. I motion to the chair across from me. He sits resting his arms on the table, looking older in this light and angle than I am prepared for. "What do you remember?" I ask, before I can talk myself out of it. "I mean, if you want to talk about it." He blows out a breath, cheeks puffing. "More than I wanted to," he says. "Less than you, probably." He fiddles with a rectangle of condensation on the table from his glass, tracing the outline with his finger. "I remember the smell," he says, "from behind the shed. Like old cigarettes and that cheap cologne Uncle Mike used to wear at Christmas. It was gross. It made my nose itch. My throat tightens. I remember his hand," he continues, voice flattening a little. "On my shoulder first. It was cold. Not like ice, just colder than the air. And his fingers were kinda, I don't know, thin, I guess, but strong. His left shoulder twitches almost involuntarily, like the muscle remembers the pressure. And his voice," he says, staring at the wood grain. "He sounded normal, not like a movie villain, just a guy. But he talked like he searches for the words. Like we were in the middle of a conversation you weren't part of. Like we already made a plan and you were late." He swallows. He kept saying, "We already talked about this," Ben says. Like I was the one breaking a promise. The phrase lands in the room with a dull thud. I recognize it. I have heard versions of it in his sleep, mumbled into pillows. "I don't remember his face," he says quickly, almost defensively, as if this is some kind of failing. "I know you're always trying to imagine it. I just remember his hat and the shirt and the way his mouth didn't sound like he was smiling, even when he said nice words." He taps his finger against the table compulsively, now 3 quick beats, then a pause. "I still see him sometimes," he says so quietly, I almost miss it. My spine goes rigid, where I ask, trying not to let my voice spike. He shrugs one shoulder, eyes still down. "Places," he says. "School, the mall, that Kroger on Main. It's like, I'll be looking for you or Mom or just zoning out, and for a second, I think I see that gray shirt, that cap in the crowd. But when I look straight at him, he's gone. Or it's just some other guy. I don't know." He huffs a humorless laugh. "I didn't want to say anything," he admits. "You and Mom already worry enough. I didn't want you to freak out every time we went to buy milk. My first impulse is to apologize, to tell him this is my fault, that my fear has seeped into him like water into drywall. That if I had handled it differently, called the cops, moved houses, never talked about it again, he wouldn't be sitting here still seeing gray shirts in every crowd. But the truth is, if there's something out there wearing that shirt on purpose, it isn't one of us that put it on. It's not your job to protect us from this," I say instead. "You know that, right?" He looks up, finally meets my eyes. There is a tiredness there that doesn't belong on a kid's face, even a not quite kid anymore. "I know," he says, "but I also know you. You'd go nuts if I pointed at every dude in a gray t-shirt and said, 'That's him.' He's not wrong." We sit in silence for a beat, the hum of the fridge finally kicking back in, filling the space. The heater stays off the vents, quiet. Does talking about it make it worse, I ask. He thinks about that, really thinks, his brows knitting. Sometimes he says, sometimes not talking about it feels worse. Like if I pretend it didn't happen, then it's just me and him who know, and that feels wrong. He glances at the laptop. So, you're writing it down, he says, like telling someone else on purpose. Yeah, I say. Something like that. Are you going to send it? He asks. I don't know yet, I lie. We both know I will. That's why I'm on chapter 7. He pushes his chair back, the wood legs scraping softly on the tile. I'm gonna go back to bed, he says. I have practice tomorrow. Okay, I say. Hey, Ben, he pauses in the doorway. If you see him again, I say carefully, and you're not sure if it's really him or not, you tell me. Even if you think I'll freak out, I'd rather know. He nods a small, sharp movement. Yeah, he says. Okay. Then he disappears up the stairs, his footsteps fading into the ceiling above the creak of his bedroom door, closing a familiar sound. I sit there for a minute, absorbing the newfound knowledge that my son has been carrying his own version of this ghost around in silence. It makes everything I've written so far feel less like a confession and more like a joint statement. The laptop screen has gone dim, the power-saving setting, trying to drag me to bed. I tap a key to wake it. The email draft springs back into full brightness, my paragraphs stacked like layers of sediment. For reasons I can't fully explain, I reach for my phone. Some old habit kicks in procrastination or masochism, and instead of opening messages or the weather app, my thumb drifts to a folder of apps I rarely touch anymore. Banking old games utilities. And there tucked in the corner is the icon for the baby monitor app we used when the kids were little. I haven't opened it in years. The camera in Ben's room was replaced when we moved. The login credentials are long buried in some list I haven't looked at since. I tap it anyway. It takes a moment, a little loading spinner turning circles on a white screen. Then to my surprise, it doesn't ask for a password. It just opens. The interface has updated itself over the years. The colors are different, the buttons sleeker, but the basic layout is the same. A list of devices, most of them grayed out with offline tags. At the bottom, a tab that says Cloud. My heart starts a slow, careful beat in my throat. I hit Cloud. A new screen loads, showing a timeline of saved events from however long ago we had the subscription active. Most of the thumbnails are just static shots of a crib, a toddler bed, a dark room with a nightlight's halo. Scrolling all the way back would take forever. I don't. Instead, my eyes snag on one thumbnail in the middle of the list that looks wrong. It is small, low resolution, blurred by design in the preview. But the palette is familiar, a strip of open space, a shape of a structure to one side, a smudge of gray in the center. It looks impossibly like the gap between two kiosks at a park. Like something I deleted on purpose a long time ago, my thumb hovers. Then, before I can talk myself out of it, I tap. For a second, the image stays muddled as if buffering. Then it resolves. A man in a gray t-shirt and a cap stands in the middle of the frame. The picture is clearer than any I've ever had of him. The resolution is still bad by modern standards, but the edges are sharper. I can see the fold of fabric where the sleeve meets his shoulder, the way his hand hangs relaxed by his side. His head is turned 3/4 toward the camera. Not straight on, not profile enough to suggest the curve of a cheek, the hollow under the eye, the line of a jaw. The shadow from the brim still cuts across his face, obscuring the upper half. The part where his eyes should be is a dark band, but his mouth is visible this time, and it is not smiling. It is not frowning either. Just set, neutral. The way someone looks when they are waiting in a line they know will move eventually. For a sick moment, I think the background behind him is the fun junction midway. I brace myself for the Ferris wheel's arc, for the sagging banners, for the cracked concrete. But as I really look, the shapes are wrong. The structure behind him isn't a game booth. It's a squat, wide rectangle with big plate glass windows and automatic doors. The glass reflects rows of fluorescent tubes on the ceiling. A cart return corral sits to one side, a metal frame with a swinging bar, the exact kind I've walked my own carts into 100 times. A tall light pole rises in the distance, its base wrapped in a yellow plastic guard. Over his left shoulder, just at the edge of the frame, part of a sign is visible. Bold block letters in a familiar font. Row ER. The missing letters fill themselves in automatically in my head. Kroger. It's not Fun Junction. It's the parking lot of the grocery store 10 minutes from my house. The one where we buy milk. The one with the squeaky carts and the charity donation table out front in December. The one where I thought I saw a gray shirt near the cart returns last month and told myself it was just a neighbor. The app timestamps the clip in the corner 3 nights ago. 8:17 p.m. The angle is wrong for any camera I own. It's like the world itself took this one from somewhere high and nowhere at all. My thumb trembles over the screen. The urge to drop the phone and never pick it up again wrestles with the compulsion to zoom in until the pixels break. Before I can do either, the image shudders. Not much. Just a ripple like a digital shrug. The man in gray holds his position, but something about the set of his shoulders, the tilt of his head shifts by a fraction of a degree. He is no longer standing as if he were waiting for someone to come out of the store. He is standing as if he has already seen who he is waiting for and is turning slowly toward them. Toward me. 7.3. The last sound and cold ending. The house is too quiet for how many people technically live in it. Upstairs, my wife is asleep or doing a good impression of it. I can picture her on her side of the bed, one arm flung over her eyes, the soft glow from her phone screen finally gone dark on the nightstand. Ben is in his room down the hall, headphones probably still around his neck. The hum of some YouTube video still ghosting in his ears even after he fell asleep. Emma has learned to sleep through anything. She is a small, steady engine of breath behind a closed door. Down here in the kitchen, it is just me and the laptop. The overhead light is off. The only light in the room comes from the screen and from the little bulb above the stove. It casts a yellow pool over the countertops, leaving the rest of the room in soft shadow. The digital clock on the oven reads 12:28 a.m. Its green numbers reflected faintly in the glass of the microwave door. My fingers move over the keys, the sound a high, uneven tapping that falls into a rhythm when I stop thinking about it. The laptop's trackpad clicks dully every so often as I scroll back up to check a sentence. Each tiny sound lands with more weight than it should. Behind me, the fridge hums. It's an old sound I know by heart, the compressor kicking in with a low vibrating note, the faint rattle of something glass on the top shelf when the motor hits just right. The heater blows through the vents, a soft, warm sigh that fills the gaps between keystrokes. Every now and then, a car rolls past on the street, outside tires whispering over asphalt, the distant hiss rising and falling like a slow breath. The neighbor upstairs walks across their living room, a muffled thump, thump, thump that travels down through the bones of the building. Water runs in their bathroom, a vertical internal rain. It is all so ordinary that it almost disguises what I am doing. On the screen, the email is nearly complete. I have written my way from exit 189 to the shed, to the whiteboard, to the pool intercom, to the grocery store parking lot that did not belong to any camera. I have listened to myself describe in far more detail than I ever did for therapists or friends how a man in a gray shirt has threaded himself between the mundane machinery of my life. The cursor blinks at the end of the last paragraph, waiting for whatever comes next. I pause and flex my fingers. They ache. There is a thin sheen of sweat on the sides of my palms, where they've been resting on the edge of the laptop. The kitchen chair creaks slightly when I lean back, its old joints complaining. For a moment, I listen to the house. Tap of keys. Deep hum of the fridge. Steady sigh of the heater. A truck outside, farther away this time, shifting gears as it approaches a light. The air brake giving off that soft, sighing whoosh before it rolls on. All the little mechanical hearts beating together. I put my hands back on the keyboard. I know how this sounds, I type. I know I am just some dad you have never met writing to a horror channel because he almost lost his kid once, and that almost does not qualify as content for most people. The keys clack under my fingers. The words appear on the screen, black on white. As I finish the sentence, it happens. The fridge stops. Not the natural end of cycle fade, but a cut. The humming just dies mid-note as if someone yanked the plug out of the wall. At the same instant, the heater shuts off. The gentle rush in the vents slices into nothing. The little ticking sound the baseboard makes when the temperature shifts goes silent. Outside, the traffic noise drops away. No more passing cars. No distant truck brakes. The world beyond the glass seems to step back. Overhead, the neighbor's footsteps cease. No more creak of floorboards, no pipes carrying water. The building above me might as well be empty. All of it, everything that makes up the constant background noise of the house and street and neighborhood, drops out in the same breath. The absence is so thick, it feels physical. It presses against my eardrums. It makes the tiny sounds that remain suddenly huge. The faint electric whine of the laptop's screen. The soft scrape of the keys when my fingers shift in panic. My own breathing loud and uneven in my chest. And under that, the sound I did not realize I had been waiting for. A voice. "You told it well this time," it says. It comes from directly behind me. Not from the laptop speakers. Not muffled through a camera or crackling out of a distant intercom. There is no digital filter on it, no tinny edge. It is in the room, in the air at my back. Close enough that if I allowed myself to imagine, I could picture the warmth of breath moving the small hairs at the nape of my neck. The voice is the same calm, mid-range tone I heard behind the shed, the same measured cadence that slid out of the pool locker room speaker. The same voice that told my son they had already talked about this. My hands freeze on the keys. Every instinct I have screams at me to turn around. To lurch up from the chair spin, grab something heavy off the counter, fight, flee. Do anything but sit here while something stands in the blind space just behind my left shoulder. I don't move. The muscles in my neck lock. The skin on my arms pulls tight, every hair standing up. Sweat breaks out along my spine in a cold sheet. My heart hammers so hard it feels like I can hear it in my teeth. In the thick, padded hush, the chair under me creaks again, a tiny sound magnified. The laptop's fan spins up a notch, trying to cool the sudden load. The cursor on the screen keeps blinking, as indifferent to the man in my kitchen as the fridge was to his presence before it went mute. "You told it well." This time he repeats, almost fond, as if we've gone through multiple drafts together and he's satisfied with this version. I squeeze my eyes shut just for a second. The crazy thought lands that if I do not look, he might not fully exist, as if my acknowledgement is part of the summoning. Footsteps follow. They are very soft. No dragging, no heavy heel strike, just a careful placing of weight on laminate step by step. They start right behind the chair and move toward the doorway that leads to the front hall. Whoever is making them does not touch me, does not bump my chair. The table does not shift. No cupboard door scrapes my shoulder. But the air shifts with each step, a subtle movement of pressure, like someone walking past you on a subway platform, not quite brushing your arm. I stare at the laptop screen at the jagged letters of the last sentence I typed. My hands are still on the keyboard, fingers curved, unmoving. The footsteps reach the doorway and pause. There is a faint, metallic sound. The soft, delicate rattle of the front doorknob. Not turning, not trying the lock. Just the lightest touch skin meeting cool metal, nudging it enough to make it tremble in place. The vibration travels through the door frame into the wall, into the floor, up the legs of the table. It runs through the wood and into my bones. Every cell in my body is aware that the only thing separating my family from whatever is on the other side of that door, or has just stepped through it, is a slab of painted wood and a couple of screws. And then, just as abruptly as they vanished, the sounds come back. The fridge stutters back to life with a cough, its compressor kicking in so loudly it almost makes me jump. The heater booms in the vents, warm air moving through metal. From outside, the swish of a passing car comes in the Doppler rise and fall of its engine, normal enough to hurt. Upstairs, a toilet flushes. Footsteps cross the ceiling. Someone in the building over uses a garbage disposal, the grinding hum faint through the walls. The world hits play again. The only evidence that anything happened is the clammy slickness of my hands on the keys and the echo of that voice still cooling in my ear. On the screen, the email sits where I left it. The last lines of what I've written swim before my eyes. I scroll down and with my hands shaking, add more. You can write this off, I type, as a messed up dad fixating on a stranger who picked the wrong kid at the wrong park on the wrong day. You can tell yourself that a gray t-shirt and a baseball cap are the most generic costume on earth and that I started seeing them everywhere because I was primed to. You can say that speakers glitch, that cameras fail, that apps generate weird auto titles and thumbnails because somebody's algorithm has a bug. You can say that this is just me turning a close call into a campfire story because I do not know what else to do with the fear that never quite leaves. The letters appear one by one under my fingers, jittering a little as they land. But if you have kids or nieces or nephews or just some small person in your life that you care about more than you care about being reasonable, do me one favor. If you ever hear an announcement calling your kid's name in a place where the speakers buzz more than they work, just check whose voice is really talking to you. Sometimes it is the staff. Sometimes it is a bored teenager reading from a script. Sometimes it is not. Sometimes it is just a man in a gray shirt who has been standing there longer than that place has even been open. I sit back. My chest feels tight. My eyes burn. The cursor blinks once, twice at the end of the last sentence as if asking, "Is that it? Are we done?" The mouse sits under my hand. The send button is a neat, unthreatening rectangle in the bottom corner of the screen. One click and this whole thing stops being just a story in my house and becomes something else, somewhere else. A file on a server, a recording in a stranger's voice. A tale you might be listening to right now in your car or your kitchen or your own too quiet apartment. I don't know if I want that. I don't know if not wanting it matters. I move my hand. From the hallway beyond the kitchen, faint and almost lost under the reasserted hum of the house, I hear footsteps. Soft ones. Too light to be my wife's, too measured to be the kids' half-asleep shuffle. They pass my door, heading toward the stairs, or away from them, or nowhere at all. The floor creaks once, then holds its breath. My finger presses down. A click sounds in the room. It might be the mouse. It might be the front door latch settling. It might be something else entirely. I do not look to see whether the email is gone from my screen or still sitting there. I just sit and listen in the thin space between the send and the next sound to find out whether the only footsteps I am hearing are my own.